Okay, yeah, we're live now. Awesome. Hi,
Sweet.
everyone. Yep. Hi,
Bounce pad.
Bounce pad!
Bounce. Oh my
Sorry,
god.
somebody had to say it.
All right, well, hi everyone. I'm TeamRuler15, and today I'm joined by two awesome friends, BlueTyphoon17 and TanMan.
Yo,
Hello.
Today we're gonna rant the shit out of these 3D Sonic games.
yay.
But before we do that,
Woo! Just watch me. I'm just recording a shit ton of Sonic.
Yeah.
Oh god, wait
Next,
until
I
we get
suppose
to.
we're gonna. Next, I suppose we're just gonna. Kemon's just gonna replay some of these games just because he doesn't get tired of talking about Sonic.
No, I never do.
No.
Except Sonic and the Secret Rings. Fuck that one, but we'll get to that.
Press join on your plan 60 without any challenge.
No wonder you fail.
Okay, but before we begin, OpenOffice made me lose my entire outline that I worked on. So I'm just gonna fill it out
Untrue.
as yeah. I was mad, so we're just gonna just go along, like just wing it. I'll type up what I can along the way. So
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we understand it's 100% Kemon's fault.
this always
All
happens.
right, everyone, stop what you're doing and just start writing shame, Cheeman. Shame.
Oh god.
Shame.
Oh god. Okay, well let's go ahead and just start with Sonic Adventure. Um
Hmm.
let's see. Well, why don't we start with Amy's stages?
Isn't it like, if I remember correctly, there are three of them?
Yes.
Three.
Yeah. Three stages. All of them are dealing with you having to run away from this robot called Zero. At the end of each stage, there's a balloon that you need to hop on in order to get out of the stage.
Yes, pretty straightforward. And as far as Zero himself goes, he doesn't actually like capture you. Like he doesn't. You don't lose a life when he like catches up to you. He just hurts you,
Yeah.
but you can hurt him.
I thought like at one point he grabbed you. I think I remember one point I remember getting caught by Zero. I think he like grabbed you.
I've never had that happen. I
I
usually
think
just hit him. I think Amy has enough of range with her hammer that he never
yeah,
actually gets that close to you.
yeah, just whack him with the hammer once and I'll stun him about like 3 seconds.
Yeah,
Like it doesn't stun him long. It stuns him long enough that way you quickly get away. Because Amy does have some speed on her, like Sonic.
but that's only
Yeah.
when going upstairs for some reason.
Yeah, Amy runs like a fucking slug when she's going upstairs.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest problem in regards to Amy is her ground speed. Like, I think like design wise, her stages are well, they're not really speed oriented, but for a traditional platformer, they're harmless at their worst.
Yeah, they're not all around that bad. Until we get to a certain character. Big.
Oh god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. Well, okay, so apparently they put Big in the game to promote some stupid fishing game? I don't know.
Yeah, the Sega Bass fishing crap. The entire time. Okay, so big stages. You gotta fish for Froggy. That's it.
Yeah, it really has nothing to do with like Sonic gameplay whatsoever.
You're
All
just
you do is just cast your lure and hope for the best.
yeah, you gotta pray that fucking frog decides to stick onto the goddamn pole. Because there are times where he'll bite that damn thing and it'll just come off.
Even when you try to reel him in, like, it just comes right off.
I must say
That
Froggy!
admittedly, that admittedly doesn't become too much of an issue once you get the upgrades to your lure, but you're definitely gonna need those for when you're trying to do the B&A missions because even with those lures, the fish can be pretty stubborn.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's just
I honestly
stupid.
never bothered with those missions. I just went with the story shit and that was it. I never bothered with the extra crap.
Smart move.
Yeah,
Well,
because why? Yeah.
Like,
they're good
all
for if you want some sort of. I'm sorry.
no, you can go ahead. You go ahead.
I think they're good for they're good extra content if you want them, but I think as far as yeah, big stages were pretty much the worst of it.
Yeah, they
And
just
then
sucked.
Knuckles' gameplay was basically you go around looking for the shards of the Master Emerald that Chaos shattered.
Yep.
And I mean, those stages aren't that bad. I mean, it's a bit annoying at times where you think you're right on top of an emerald shard and it's not there.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was.
I don't have much negative to say about Knuckles' stages though. I feel like with the way the stages are designed combined with the helpful radar and the hit system, some
Mm-hmm.
of these stages can be over in like less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's not like SA2 where it's just like, oh, you can only find one Master Emerald piece per time.
Yeah, like
Well,
and wait until we get to that. I have so much to say about those stages. So much to say.
Oh my god. But don't forget Knuckles' infamous line. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh. Oh God.
also for some reason it was during one of the cutscenes when it was after Knuckles had realized he had got the emeralds and he was getting ready the emerald shards and was getting to deal with Perf Chaos 6, I mean, and he made some weird like gurgling noise like oh like right before you went to fight Chaos 6.
Was he like drinking something at the time and just they just captured on the mic?
No, he was drowning like in Sonic Boom.
Oh yeah.
Ultra.
I remember that those noises he made in Sonic Boom. But no, if you want to hear really weird noises in that game, listen to Shadow's fucking voice clips in that game.
Hi, hi, hi.
Saving the world, you don't make me laugh. You're weak. And you know what makes you weak? Your loyalty to your pathetic friends. You're not
I do
going through
not.
that portal.
I do
You
not
know,
like Shadow's characterization of Boom. Like, I think his voice is fine, but
yeah,
well,
honestly,
after
I don't mind Kirk Thorne's Shadow, all things considered. I think he does a fine Shadow.
The character's just
yeah,
shit.
yeah, it's just the characterization.
Like, I mean, Kirk Thorne can play a good character. I mean, hell, look at Syx. I mean, remember the Kingdom Hearts 3 was Syx is like, moon, shine down! Stuff. It's just like he can pull off pretty good villains.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just with like Shadow, he's just like, he's trying way too hard.
before we jump into the next game, like if we're talking about the 3D games, are we talking purely from a gameplay perspective, excuse me, or are we talking about like just like issues
I
we
think
have with the game in general?
I think we could probably cover like story, gameplay, and then problems and stuff like that. Maybe if we
We
can
could,
get
yeah.
around it.
Well, if that's the case, then Sonic Adventure, since it is the first like really like first true 3D Sonic game, it does come with a few like dated design quirks. And
Yeah.
let's not talk about the presentation.
Uh, but Sonic's gameplay is basically the same old, same old. Run fast, collect rings, homing attack on freaking robots and stuff. It's normal Sonic stuff.
Yeah, the big thing is the transition to 3D.
And then Tails, again, same thing. They just transition to 3D. Tails can still fly. He can jump on like robots to break them and stuff like that. It's like but with Tails' mechanic for at least a lot of the stages, they're racing levels where you got to race either against Sonic or Eggman.
Yeah. A good idea and concept, though. Again, with Tails' flying abilities, it's pretty. You can finish these levels relatively fast, so they don't have as much lasting appeal as Sonic's does, but it's they're designed well for the most part.
What? He's caught up.
Yeah, and plus,
You fool! Away
Away
before I
will make
make
mincemeat
mincemeat
of
out of
you.
you.
although I
Get
have
a
to
load of
wonder,
piss.
but like, why are we racing Sonic in the first place?
I need to get to the
Because
Chaos
he
Emerald.
needs to prove his worth.
Even though he gets scared shitless by Chaos and Sonic Forces.
No,
Oh,
he
oh my
he
God.
literally presented his tails.
And then there's Gamma, or as Eggman likes to say, Gamma.
What is
Um,
your wish, Master Robotonic?
Gamma's gameplay is basically it's a shooter. It's a 3D shooter. Um, there's a time limit in each stage, and to replenish more time, you gotta destroy a certain robots.
The timer itself really isn't explained, but
But
Not at all.
as a
it's not that bad. I mean, you can easily get around it by, like I said, shooting random robots.
indeed.
Like if you shoot one Bednik, that's 1 second, and that time keeps doubling by 2 each time. So you start from 1 to 3 to 5 to 7 to 9, and it goes on.
Okay. If we're gonna bring up issues, well, I don't know if this is an issue you guys have, but as far as the storytelling in Sonic Adventure, like, what do you guys think about it?
Eh?
Okay, well, I have mixed feelings about it.
Yeah, same here.
Like,
Um,
Amy and Big and Gamma to an extent are just really not that important to the story.
like only Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are mainly the three things that like the most important.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
Amy,
I
she just gets kidnapped, and you basically got to fight the fucking robot at the end of it to free a fucking bird. Um, Gamma's story, while it did start out slow, I feel like it did pick up the end where you got to destroy all the other E100 series robots to free the animals inside.
I mean, yeah, the main issue with the likes of Big and Gamma, they really have nothing to do with like chaos. They're just there as a means to get in Sonic's way, and
yeah. Like, at least
I
Knuckles had the Master Emerald. Like, what reason is there for Big and Gamma to be around? Like, or Amy? Like, they just don't affect the plot that much compared to, especially Big. Like, Big is just why is he here? Like,
But I must say, Froggy ain't chaos. Froggy ain't a puddle in a game hail. I gotta go save Froggy.
can't swim.
stupid fucking
Like
cat.
Big's story is basically Froggy finds a puddle, he drinks it, and it makes him grow a tail. That's Chaos's tail. That's the most, and Big has to go around finding Froggy, and that's it. Like the only thing that sums up with Froggy is the tail of Chaos.
That's like the only reason why Big is even involved. Like, take that out, and then he stops being relevant, which is what happened. Like, he wasn't even relevant to begin with. So
Like I guess maybe because it had a Chaos Emerald, and the Chaos Emeralds yeah deal with something with chaos, and that's mainly probably where I can see most of the story actually kind of making sense. Is each character's plot points had to deal with the Chaos Emeralds in some shape or form. Like
There's a
Amy's bird had like a Chaos Emerald in a necklace. Big had Chaos Emeralds out of Froggy.
Another issue is that since they're trying to tell the story through six individual scenarios, you're gonna have the issue of having to watch the same cutscenes repeatedly. I'd say the biggest, and you'll also deal with some stages repeatedly as well. Like you have to do the tornado stages, like both of them with Sonic and Tails. And there's the egg carrier scene where Sonic, Amy, Tails, and Gamma were all in the same scene. Since they were all there, you're essentially going to see that same cutscene 4 times.
yeah, that is an issue.
Yeah. and I know this is probably like a small one, but the voice acting at times just felt off.
Well, that was just mostly because of
Yeah, I know.
unclear direction,
Like,
and they
like
weren't
for
sure how they wanted the characters to voice in English.
for example, oh no, Tails, you're gonna crash. Ah!
Ah! Oh god. Yeah, like you can tell like that I think this is the first Sonic game with full voice acting, so it was a hot mess. It's sort of so, like oh my god.
Tails. That's Eggman. I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Oh yeah, I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Oh
I
god.
did it.
Oh my god.
I'd say the only exception to like the voice acting is Eggman. I think sometimes
Yeah,
he could sound. I think he really sounded menacing in Tails' story.
He
yeah.
did.
Out of my way before I make mincemeat out of
Yeah, when you think about it, I think the biggest issue really was just the voice direction. Like
you. Also, the graphic that points. For example, where Eggman's going, "You fool! It's chaos, the god of destruction." His
Yeah,
body gyrates like he's having a seizure.
that's true.
and Eggman always has the same face. Like he
Like
does
he
not
doesn't
emote at
change it.
all.
Like I feel like that's a good thing they fixed in Sonic Adventure 2. They actually gave Eggman a face.
Whereas in the first one, it's just they just plastered it onto his head.
It literally it looks like something you see in like Kingdom Hearts 1. Remember in Kingdom Hearts 1, the one issue we had with it was like that stupid paper mouth shit they put on the characters.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
It's like it was supposed to be like a really serious scene, but you just see the mouth going map 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 map.
Yeah. And that's another thing. Like you see that in Sonic Adventure, their mouth movements are all over the place. Like they're you notice.
Their heads like squash and stretch, especially Sonic's.
Yeah, Sonic especially.
Something bugging you?
Like it's just his face just contorts. It's like it goes all over the place, and you're like, Sonic, are you all right? Like,
I think I might be having a head problem. Sorry, I think I just took a little bit of a snooze cruise. And then Tails' face go. And Tails' face afterwards when he says that, he's just like. It looks like he's like trying to sneeze.
I'm out of control! Mayday! Mayday!
Or fucking Amy when she sees the egg carrier.
Oh yes, I was just thinking of that. Oh my god.
Watch it! Watch it!
Or just her face goes. Ugh.
See, this is this is why it's important to animate characters properly.
Like I get it was a Dreamcast, so not a lot of shit can go right. It was like probably at the time.
I think it's especially notable with the localization. Well, actually, even if it
Oh
is,
god.
even in Japan, the mouth movement is still terrible. But we've had I've
I
seen
feel,
better mouth
yeah,
movements, like
I feel
even
like
during
it was
1998.
probably good at the time, but now you can just see how dated it is.
Really dated. Like holy shit.
Like people say that this is the best adventure game. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I find Adventure 2 is a much better game.
Well, I think SA2 has I mean, from a technical design, I think it is better, but there's just some design choices I feel drag it down. But that's just me, though.
Yeah, but like I said, I find Sonic Adventure 2 the better adventure game. Honestly, don't get me wrong. I find SA1 passable at best.
I can see arguments for both sides. It's one of those some people like SA2 more, some people like SA1 more. They both have issues that, make you want to choose one or the other.
And then again, I don't really play the adventure games much because, again, like I said, they're just so dated. I can't go back to those games, especially with there's newer, better looking Sonic games out there.
And if I ever do go back to those, I just play the Sonic stages. I'm like, okay, I'll just play these, and I'm done.
Guilty.
Oh Jesus! And regarding the localization in this game with lines such as "Come on, you big drip, where you going?"
Where are you going? Come on, you big drip. Where are you going?
I'm like, wow, okay. Do they think we like this dialogue?
I'm
Oh
trying to think of
Jesus!
other weird fucking lines reads. um,
Okay. That being said, can we I guess we got nothing else to say about SA1. Let's move on to SA2.
Oh boy! I can't wait to tear this one.
okay, let's start off with the treasure hunting sections.
Ugh.
I feel like those are like probably the worst ones. Because here's the thing. Because like I said earlier, a little bit ago, with like Sonic Adventure 1, we're like having multiple radar things with the Master Emerald shards. They removed that. You only have to find one at a time. And here's the thing, you can find the other Master Emerald shards throughout the other stages when you didn't need to find that one. You need to find the other one. And the damn thing does not want to pop up at all. And it's like, those stages you can either drag on from a minute to an entire hour.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it really depends on the location of the emerald shards and what order they want to find it. They want you to find it in because you can find the emerald shards out of order, but that's only if you manage to find them out in the open or by pure accident. Like,
And let's not forget the fucking key mission before you fight the golem.
That one was just shit, to be honest.
Oh my god, that it's like I literally spent like I think about an entire hour just trying to look for one fucking key.
Yeah,
I'm just
like,
like,
and it does. Oh, and it doesn't help that the hints are cryptic as fuck.
it's just
yeah,
like
you're not going to be able to understand them unless you already know the level design ahead of time.
Yeah, like,
like
go ahead.
for me, as I played the game online, I have not played the game at all. Those hints not help me out. It's just like it's in an underwater cavern. I'm like, what do you mean underwater cavern?
Or they'll say it's like it's on a big rock. Mind telling me which one? Like, holy shit! And it's really bad when the stages are so fucking big, like Meteor Herd and Mad Space.
Like it's not like I feel like SA1 when the hint system, I feel it was a lot better because at least the call actually went to where the fucking thing is, so you just easily follow the ball of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Just
was a needless change. They clearly did just artificially lengthen the stages.
yeah, like why
But
would you nerf the
yeah,
radar and give us some cryptic ass hints that I honestly don't think most people even understood? Just goddamn, what were you thinking, Sonic Team?
but the speed sections are probably one of the best things in the game. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of them.
Yeah, like Sonic has 6 stages and Shadow has 4, I think.
Yes.
They're
Yeah, shadow
basically
stages are fine.
yeah.
Shadow stages, like I find them to be like decent for the most part, with except maybe Skyrail and Final Chase.
Oh God, Final
Oh
Chase
yeah,
can piss
yeah.
off.
Final chase where you gotta grind on fucking rails. Make sure you don't hit the wrong rail where you'll fall right into the fucking earth.
Yeah,
No,
like
I hate those gravity cylinders.
oh,
Those
I
are
hate
like
those so much.
Oh my god. I thought the fucking grind rail sections in Lost World were terrible.
No, no and then you play this, and you're like, holy shit! How are like these drums are so fucking annoying to navigate through.
and Skyrail was just short. It was
Yeah, it
well, it
was
was over. It was
It was
about as
over
long as a
before it
Sonic
began.
Forces level.
true. Damn.
But then there's the Tails and Eggman sections. Again, they're basically like the Gamma sections, but there's no time limit.
Yeah, so you can take your
Like
time if you want to. Not that you'd want to, but
I feel the same way for the mech stages that I do for gamma stages. What only for inverse reasons. Like I feel like I feel like Gamma has the better control, but lackluster stages. But for for the mechs, Eggman to a lesser extent, it's vice versa.
Yeah, I can see that because like the stages were definitely better in SA2, but Gamma the controls are better in SA1. So,
Yeah, yeah,
Not
I
to
could
mention
see
the
that.
cheap ass enemy placements.
Yeah,
oh
some points,
yeah,
especially when you're low on fucking health, you run into one fucking enemy that's right there and it hits you. You're like, fuck.
yeah, and some stages are just flat out terrible. Eternal Engine being the worst. Jesus, like I just hated that one so much. It's just the worst tail stage, and tail stages are honestly a little bit worse than Dr. Eggman's. It's just
Because, yeah, here's the thing about that level: there are chaos creatures, like little chaos clones. You gotta hit them when they're attacking you.
I
and their
hate them.
arms just love to poke the shit out of you.
They
I
do
thought they were
so
better than
much
Shadow the
fucking
Hedgehog.
damage.
Jesus.
So much fucking damage. It's like fucking ridiculous when they do it. It's just like it like cuts out your health down to the yellow level. It's like the fuck.
Yeah, like it's honestly the worst mech stage in the game. Holy shit.
I do find like one of the Eggman space levels are fucking hilarious too. When you're strapped into one of like the moving platforms and you're just spinning around. I just imagining Eggman just getting sick.
I think that was Cosmic Wall.
Yeah, that
Cosmic
was the
Wall.
final level. I actually really like that level
Yeah,
because of
me
the
But
too.
gravity
but
gimmick.
yeah, but it's just funny just having Eggman spin around the cockpit while it's stationary. Yeah, I'm just imagining him just like going.
My head's spinning.
I think I'm about to throw up everywhere.
And then he actually does. Like he's still spinning but throwing up all the way. So he's like a spinning vomit tornado.
I'm reminded of the Sonic short I remember watching once. It was like of SA1 where Eggman's on like his platform where it's going up the ship and it's like spinning. He's going whoa 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 whoa. He falls out of it.
Wow.
Always put seatbelts in your Eggmobile.
Which he never does for some reason.
Yeah,
Oops, that's not right.
especially when he's flying around. I'm reminded of the bit in Sonic Forces near the end of his freaking fight with classic Sonic. He flies down, his head goes back, like he's going ah.
Wow.
Or in Unleashed, where Eggman's like, the Gaia crushes into the little hedgehog, sent it to the outer limits of space. Huh? Why me?
He has so many. That character has so many good quotes. It's funny.
But it's just like it's so funny. Or how even the segment during the end of the fucking Egg Dragoon fight, I fucking love because the werehog punches the glass, shatters it. You just see Eggman like waving his hands like Sonic, don't, please don't. And
Show
at the
up.
end, of the fight, where the werehog picks up the cockpit of the egg carrier and chucks it into space, you just hear him go, "No, don't!" Ah!
It's always fun watching his plants blow up on him.
Show of hands, who made it to Knuckles' King Core without the air necklace?
Oh shit! Nope.
Yep. Yep.
Like
I did.
yeah, I didn't either. I'm like, I'm glad I got the air necklace because like it's possible, but it's very difficult to be Cannon's Core without the air necklace.
You basically
but
got to haul ass.
Yeah.
just fucking book it. They're like, don't stop for anything. If there's an air bubble, run towards it.
Yeah, like you got to be fast and on point because if you're not, well, goodbye to your A rank. Oh, I hated that sound so much.
I think Colors has the scariest one. It's your death orchestrated.
Oh God. But with that, I think that covers the gameplay. The presentation. Well, I find the story a lot better than the Sonic Adventure 1. The one thing I will say, turn down the music!
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh god,
Something
the
that
sound
someone
mixing
brought
is
up.
terrible.
Yeah, the
The
sound
sound.
mixing, especially in the HD remake, it's just absolutely awful.
The music just blares over it. Like for example, take the egg golem fight when you're with Sonic. Like he'll say something, but you hear, "I am the Eggman. That's what I am. I am the Eggman." Coming over it, I'm like, Sonic. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, it's like you can't hear the characters at all. I'm like, I can't hear you. Turn down the music.
It's weird because it wasn't even. It's weird because the sound mixing it was noticeable in the previous versions of the game, but the HD version somehow made it worse.
Which I don't understand. Like, did they not? Who the fuck was engineering that sound? Who was doing that? How do you make such a glaring mistake? You didn't notice? Oh shit, I can't hear the characters. Might want to turn down the music. No, you just leave it
Also,
like that.
also Sonic's. "Terria!"
I remember that.
Like on Eggman's part of it, you see Sonic just running towards the egg golem, about to kick the helmet off of it. You just hear him go, "Terria!"
Yeah, like I get the music is good. I get the music is good, but at the same time, I want to hear what's going on.
Yeah. Jesus. And I don't think this was present in the original, but in the original Dreamcast version, but you notice that I'm not sure if the HD fixed this. It's been a while since I played this game, but you notice that when characters are talking, sometimes they cut each other off or
Nope,
talk
it
over
hasn't
each.
been fixed. It
Wow.
has not been
Okay.
fixed.
Oh really?
Wow.
That is
Wow.
still very much a thing.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Goodbye, Sonic the Hedgehog.
like like there's this one scene like when right before Sonic and Shadow are about to fight, and then Shadow says, "I thought that capsule would explode into space," and then right before he finishes, Sonic says, "You know what can I say? I die
Hey, I
hard."
die hard.
You're
What can I
not even
say?
good enough to be my. I'll make you eat those words. Let
That
me
Oh yeah.
finish my sentence.
Oh yes, the infamous line. I found you, faker. Faker. I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're 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 comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my
I'll make
friend.
you eat
I'll make
those
you eat
words.
those words.
You're not even good enough to let me finish my fucking sentences.
And also, I'm the coolest.
Oh wow! I'm like, Shadow, don't be so try hard. Like, really? I'm the coolest.
I promise you, revenge.
I promise you, this will be a date to die for.
Hey, that's my line.
I remember that in Heroes. I was just like, Sonic, when have you ever said that?
Uh, you you know, the dialogue in Sonic games has never been the greatest, but in the earliest titles it is really, really noticeable. And it got better over time, but in the first ones, my God.
Hand over those master emeralds. Give them to me.
You could have just said, like, say one or the other. Don't say both like that.
Give it to me.
Jesus.
And then
Oh,
also,
Lord.
I know this isn't Sonic Adventure 2 really, but the fucking meme of the I got an announcement to make. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker.
Oh
He pissed on
no.
my wife.
I saw that a couple of months ago.
Wow.
Eggman's hilarious in those shorts.
He really is.
You have
Posted my
23 hours
news on Twitter.com.
this thick. And she the world. You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the
fucking earth. Look out of my sight before I piss on you too.
Oh, God.
I finally learned how to roll my R's now, thanks to that.
This droplets hit the fucking earth.
Droplets.
I don't think I've ever watched that, but I should.
You should on your
I
own
just, I
time.
just watched that one part. I haven't like watched the whole thing. I don't know.
Please do.
I don't mind fandos, but yeah, it's just times they just throw like really bad shit in there just to throw in lip flaps. I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
The best thing about those is they're all improvised. Like they all do it in one go.
Yeah.
Like so, you will be hearing laughing in the background, but that's part of it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
But anyway, I think we covered all we needed to with SA2.
Yeah, I think we
Give me the
did.
emeralds or die. I don't love you.
Oh, yeah. Knock, knock, knuckles. I like Sonic, I don't chuckle. I rather flex my muscles.
Yeah, like some of the lyrics in some of Knuckles' rap songs, I'm like, really?
They're corny, but they're admittedly fun to listen to.
Yeah.
Tomoya Otani.
I'm gonna hold your hand 'cause I have no fear.
Oh, we forgot to mention the Chow Garden.
Oh, yeah, the Chow Garden. Chow Garden, Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2, pretty much non-existent. You don't need to do that shit. They're just basically little Tamagotchi shit.
Unless you want emblems and A ranks, then you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's people out there who do actually enjoy the Chow Garden more than the main game. I'm like,
How?
I can sort. I mean, I think it's good for a distraction, but
Like it's nice
not
little,
really
like
something
it's a nice little breather from like all the like the high tech action going on each stage.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing is that in like I believe I had a Game Boy Advance game that had Sonic Pinball Party and Sonic Advance, and the Chow Gardens in there. I actually enjoyed those. So,
Mm.
but the ones in these games, I'm like, ew, no. I don't know. I
Eh.
just,
I'm just like, eh.
eh. Like they
But
weren't bad, but I just don't have a reason to do them.
Yeah, I remember watching a completionist episode they did way back when of Sonic Adventure 2. I remember him making like this really powerful Chow.
Yeah, you can make really broken chow with the right tools.
okay. So, final thoughts on SA2?
It's
um,
fine. It's fine, really. Honestly, to me, I feel like it's a bigger step up from Sonic Adventure 1, but that's not saying much.
yeah, because like
On a scale of 1 to 10, I give you a 3.
oh shit.
I'm joking. I'd probably
Goodbye,
give it.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
I'd probably give it like maybe a 7.5 out of 10. It's
Yeah.
good. It does have a few design choices I'm not a fan of, but it's still ultimately a fun, solid game.
Especially the
Yeah.
multiplayer, like especially in the game, the battle version, like
Mhm.
it's really fun. The multiplayer.
I mean, there is a Steam version of it that does come up with a battle DLC. So I
Yeah,
mean, I
and
guess you.
for the consoles
Yeah,
too.
it still has the best multiplayer in any Sonic game.
Compared to what we're gonna talk about next.
Sonic Heroes.
Sonic
I
Zeros.
have a bit of
Heroes.
probably gonna have a bit of nostalgia bias for it, seeing as that was my
Yeah.
first Sonic game, but I have grown aware of the flaws over the years.
Yeah.
Oh, should we also mention one of the more infamous Science Me achievement love to bring up? Level up.
Oh yes. Level up.
That's probably the line you're gonna hear the most in that game.
Yeah. Level up.
Look at all those Eggman's robots.
I'll take care of them.
Shit, rock.
Yeah. Like
Doesn't look
Knuckles.
like we'll be able to move on. No problem.
Let's keep moving.
I don't like that line. You're basically saying we can't move on.
No, we
problem.
can.
Let's move on.
I always found that weird. I'm like,
that might have been another localization error, like with the whole Shadows a Robot thing at the end of Team Dark's ending.
it probably
yeah.
was.
Or fucking Vector's Arnold Schwarzenegger cries.
I failed.
Oh
Like
God.
I sort of cry.
Behold,
Vector,
ninja power.
I swear, Vector sounds like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger when he's like he's battling. He's going.
Yeah, like all those sounds he makes, like like dude, calm down. Oh God. So other than the all those iconic lines in Sonic Heroes.
So Team Sonic's campaign is they get a letter from Dr. Eggman saying like, "Oh, can you stop me from taking over the world in 3 days, Sonic Heroes?" And
And
I remember that.
yeah, it's like, but
Team Dark, wait, let me talk about Team Darks. Rouge basically finds Shadow and Omega. Shadow wants to find out who he is. Rouge won't tell him. Instead, they decide to find Eggman. And Omega's just there to kill Eggman.
and Team Rose's side, Big and Cream lost both Froggy and Chocolate Chow, and they got to go find them.
And Amy wants to beat the shit out of Sonic and marry him against his will.
Yeah, it's just.
And then Team Chaotix is they get a call from some random guy on a walkie-talkie. Spoilers, it's Dr. Eggman. And they basically have to do a series of missions for Eggman. Like we could talk about the gameplay, but it's basically all the same shit. Like like you have the team mechanic where you can switch between the three characters: Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Shadow, Rouge, Omega, Big Cream, Big Cream, Amy, Vector, Charmy, and SPO.
Yeah, because you're playing through the same game 4 fucking times.
And also the special stages. People say that those are bad. I don't see it. Like I don't think they control bad. Like
As
it's a
long as you're
little
not playing the
slippery.
speed character.
So
Yeah, it's
if you're
only
gonna
really
be,
that good when you're not using the speed characters.
so if you're gonna begin the Chaos Emeralds, you only gotta do this once. By the way, go for Team Roses since their campaign is much easier.
Yeah, and just do not use speed or fly characters. Just use power characters. Like you'll get an easier time collecting the orbs since they have a spread out formation, and they control the best out of everyone. So just use those.
And hold the boost button. Don't repeatedly mash it.
Yeah, you can just
Hold
hold
that.
it.
Hold it.
Yeah. So that's just to make the special stages much easier for you.
And you need those Chaos Emeralds for the final story too. And the final story is basically Metal Sonic turns on Dr. Eggman, turns into this giant robotic dragon, and it's up to Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and everyone else to stop him.
And we have Super Sonic and Tails and Knuckles and Shields.
Yeah, it's like why not turn Knuckles and Tails into super forms? Like we know they exist.
Instead, they just get shields. Oh, okay. That works. That's perfect. Makes perfect sense.
The music is actually another really good thing. Like I still love the "What I'm Made Of" theme. What I'm Made Of is one of my favorite Sonic themes.
Yeah, that's actually Crush 40's favorite
Oh,
song
is it?
too.
Oh, is it? I mean, it's a great track. It's very climatic it fits well with the boss.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad they actually went and did their own theme instead of just reusing the main theme.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And
Yeah,
what else can we talk about with Heroes?
the art style.
Oh yeah, the art style. The art style is definitely improved from Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. The mouth movements are a lot better. The voice acting is improved, but there are still some weird line reads, i.e., Tails. Tails' voice actor is again changed, and the kid playing
Yeah,
him cannot act for shit.
Look at all those Eggman's robots.
Yeah.
Sonic!
I get they tried to make Tails actually sound young, but he mostly sounds like he had a cold throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the art style, yeah, I really do like the art style for Sonic Heroes. Like it definitely feels like a classic game brought into the 3D world. Like all
Yeah.
the and it's a really nice looking game, like in general.
I feel like that's the one that holds up a lot more than the adventure games could.
Yep.
And there was another thing I just remembered. Regarding, okay, so I honestly think that Team Dark and Team Chaotix had the worst missions in the entire game.
Like
Because
extra missions.
oh
Yeah,
yeah. Um,
Yeah.
about the stories themselves. Team Sonic is the normal difficulty. Team Rose is easy. Chaotix is somewhere in the middle, and Dark is supposed to be the hard mode.
Yeah, the only real difference between the campaigns is the amount of enemies they throw. And
as well
Team
as the
Dark
length
felt it'd be hard
sometimes.
just by throwing a shit ton of enemies with a shit ton of shields
It
and a
doesn't
shit
help.
ton of health.
Yeah, and it
Oh, that's
doesn't
another
help
thing.
that this.
That's another thing about this. When we brought up the whole level up shit, you collect these little orbs that can power up your character's abilities. So, for example, if you collect 3 orbs for Shadow, you get a much improved homing attack, and I think his tornado things get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and you can go up poles and knock the shields off of enemies, so that's
Yeah,
another bonus.
And when it
yeah.
comes to the enemies themselves, the enemies have health bars, and the more you collect the power of your characters, you can easily one-shot them pretty easily.
And
And
you also get level ups for every few enemies you defeat. But you always get one from the more resilient foes like the jerks with the hammers and the yellow robots.
yeah, and then the bosses themselves, a lot of people do this. They just spam the shit out of the stop ability from the power characters.
I just spammed the shit out of the Thunder Shoot, level 2 Thunder Shoot. That's how I beat the Egg Emperor easily.
Yeah,
Yeah, and sometimes I just spam the homing attack.
yeah. Just spam the homing attack on Doctor Eggman. He's like, what the
Yeah,
hell
as
just
long as
happened?
yeah, as long as you get level 2 out of any of your teammates, like you can take out the enemies pretty easily. And if you can get level 3, which is
Then
pretty
it's
easy to do,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
you just one shot a lot of things. But
Other than that,
I was gonna
it's really not.
mention.
Also, how long did it take you guys to realize that SPO's invisibility allows him to go through lasers?
I think I've realized that once actually. I think it. Did they tell us about it? I don't remember if they did.
I think the game mentions it at one point, but I don't
I remember
remember.
it taking me a bit to realize it. I don't recall seeing any hints.
Yeah, I don't
I could be
remember
wrong, but
either.
I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to remember with shit like this because I haven't played Heroes in a while. I only beat it just recently.
Yeah, since it was my first Sonic game, I've beaten it countless times, so I'm aware of all the bullshit. Like the
My
pinball
first.
physics.
Oh yeah, the pinball physics.
They're terrible.
They're really fucking wonky.
Like you could spend minutes getting past the damn pinball stage, and I'm like, can I just go to the next part of the level, please?
Yeah, like for the when I first played through the game, like I remember struggling on trying to beat power plant. I finally beat that in the team. I got to the casino levels. I struggled with that. Yeah, like I
Oh
feel
yeah,
the
yeah. The power plant one. Near the end of that level, you got lava rising from the fucking floor. You basically
Oh
got make
shit.
that level fucking sucked. I hated that one for all the fucking characters.
Yeah, it's
also
just
this is one thing I hated that Blue Wolf mentioned the light dash, which has been around since Sonic Adventure. I'm not a fan of that ability. Like I
and
just don't like it.
yeah, and the thing is that okay, so in the first game you had to charge the light dash, and you could get a power up to decrease the charging time. In the second game,
You just hit a
you
button.
yeah, and the problem with the second game is that they map it to the same button as the bounce attack. So
which
if
they didn't fix in
and the roll attack,
Heroes.
and the roll attack as well.
yeah, and
It's
They
like
didn't fix it in Heroes. They didn't fix it in 06. They did fix it in Shadow, but they didn't
and they fixed it
revert
on
it back to.
Unleash. They fixed it on
yeah,
Unleash as well. They mapped it to the Y button, but they did fuck up with something though. But we'll get to that game eventually.
yeah. So yeah, that's
The action button is stupid.
yeah. It's really not something you're going to use very often. They really shouldn't have bothered with it. Like, and regarding how the light dash works in Sonic Heroes, well, okay, so if you
I
are
think
any of the
only
speed
Sonic.
characters,
I think Sonic and Shadow only have it because I don't
Yes, they
recall
do.
it.
yeah, only they do.
Amy has that propeller
SBO and
hammer.
Amy do not.
Yeah, Amy and
Amy
SBO
has
don't.
the Amy has a propeller hammer attack, and SBO can turn invisible,
Yeah,
and it can also cling to walls longer. And Amy can't wall jump at all.
yeah, she just can't at all. Well, I was going to mention that. Crap, what was I going to say? I forgot.
The power characters, they the fuck. I just heard a noise come from like one of the. I think it might have been blue there for a second.
Oh,
Might
yeah, I heard it
might be
too.
background noise on my end because
Okay. Anyway, the power characters, they can basically punch shit with the other characters on their hands. Which is
specifically Knuckles and Omega can punch.
uh, uh, Vector. I think he puts them in like he puts them in his mouth and he shoots them that way.
Yes, and Big basically just propels, like shoots them like a baseball bat,
Yeah,
like a
like
baseball at the enemies.
he throws them in the air and smacks them with his umbrella.
And additionally, Vector and Big can ground pound. So,
Uh, the Knuckles and Omega, they shoot down.
yeah.
Like like Knuckles smacks at Sonic tails like a volleyball, and Omega shoots him down with his guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already been mentioned in the PowerPoint, but the speed characters only use them when it's best to use them when you're going through a scripted event.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
because they will go
Otherwise,
all over the place.
stick with the power characters and the flight characters. The flight characters, I think, pretty much control all the same. They got a flight ability, they got the thunder shoot, and other kind of variants of it. Charmy
Yeah.
actually, Charmy can activate those little flower panels. Actually, that's another.
Yeah.
They do have individual attacks when they're separate from their teammates, but that seldom happens.
Yeah, like you're
Yeah,
never really going to use
because you're
those.
always stuck in a totem pole position.
Yeah. Like Tails and Rouge throw dummy ring bombs. Cream sends cheese after the enemies, and what was the last one? Oh, Charmy uses his stinger, and that's it. But you don't need to use those like ever. And one thing I wanted to mention earlier regarding the light dash. So in this game, they map the light dash and the blue tornado or dark tornado to the same button. So if you mean to do the light dash, sometimes you'll end up doing the tornado move instead, and you have to reposition yourself, and you better hope that you can before you fall to your death.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Though Sonic Heroes' face buttons sort of there really wasn't much they could do with the face buttons because they
Yeah.
had two buttons that swapped out and one to jump and one to perform the action. So it kind of sort of makes sense, but it still detracts from the gameplay in some instances.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you could have had the character switch thing be on the one button, but then like quickly get to the other character. I feel like that's what they could have done. But I think that's. I think that could
If
cover
you
all we. I think that could cover all there is with Sonic Heroes. I can't really think of anything else to think about.
Have you ever had instances where the light dash just suddenly stopped working and you died?
Yes, actually.
I don't think I have. I could be wrong, but I don't remember.
Like I swear you got to be right in front of the rings in order for it to work. That was
Oh yeah.
admittedly an issue in SA2, but I feel it's worse in Heroes.
Oh yes, the
Yeah.
PS2 version. I heard that one's supposedly the worst version. I'm not sure what the difference is exactly. I heard it's just frame rate or some shit. I don't know exactly what's
I
the
think
difference.
that's what
Yeah,
it
the
is.
GameCube version has a smoother frame rate with the Xbox version not being too different. The PS2 version has longer load times. There's some few texture differences, and the frame rate is notably slower. And the sound
And
mixing is pretty bad too.
Oh wow. I'm glad I have the GameCube version then.
I do not. I'm unfortunate enough to have the PS2 version.
Same here.
Oh. I did play the PS2 version once though, but I barely remember what it was like.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't beat the PS2 version. I downloaded an emulator. I emulated the rest of Sonic Heroes on that.
Yeah, nowadays I play Sonic Heroes on a Dolphin.
Yeah, same here.
But as far as Sonic,
Dolphin emulator with cheats because I don't feel comfortable with my ability with that game.
I can do that. I can beat it. I'm still able to beat it after all these years. Like like Poisonous Maple, like I still have fond memories of it because it was my first Sonic game as well. And over the years, I did become more aware of the game's flaws, but I can still beat it comfortably, and I don't think the flaws are that bad to where they
Yeah, that's how I
where
feel with a lot. That's how I feel with a lot of other Sonic games, especially the one I grew up, the one I started off with. We're coming up later. Uh, I don't really think it have much flaws when it comes to certain Sonic games I like.
and I legit thought the team up mechanic was a cool feature
Yeah,
for the game.
It
same.
was.
Being able to control your some of your favorite characters at the same time.
Yeah,
And
I thought that was pretty neat too.
we did not talk about rail grinding.
Oh
Oh
yes, the
wow,
rail
it
grinding. That's
just
right.
sucks in
Um,
this game.
especially in
Rail
a certain Rail Canyon. Anyone?
Oh, fuck that
the rail
stage. Oh
switching
my
is
god.
ass. The rail switching is ass.
Yeah,
I've
like you're
counted
supposed
many
to.
times when I tried. I've counted many times when I tried to like wall jump, not wall jump, rail switch to one rail.
And then you just.
I either not like, I either miss entirely, or I just like fly off to the side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because the
like.
thing about the rail switching is you gotta move the control stick and you gotta hit the jump button right afterwards.
And sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Like, you just fly right off. And I'm like, what the fuck did I do wrong?
And
There's also instances
rail
where you gotta
switch.
hold down the B button in order to speed up, or else you're gonna slow down and you're gonna fall.
Yeah. It's stupid.
It's better to yeah. You either switch to the fly formation. That way,
Which
you can at least have a chance to save yourself, or you just like slow. You either switch while you're not going very fast.
which is basically what I do. Like whenever I'm over a bombless pit or like on a rail, I just switch to a flight character for insurance because I'm like I'm not gonna fall here. Fuck that.
It's like, fly tails, quick!
Sonic, you know I can only have so much energy.
Oh
What a
God.
wild ride!
Whew, I think my heart just stopped. And
But
one, oh, go ahead.
no, continue.
Okay, and one thing I wanted to mention earlier. So regarding Knuckles and Omega, when Knuckles attacks, it's not bad. But when Omega attacks, he slides all over the fucking place. He's just like he just glides all over the
Oh
place, and you
yeah,
have to be careful not to fall
annihilate
off.
charge, annihilate charge, annihilate charge, annihilate charge.
No, it's like Omega, just stay in one place. Because with Knuckles, you can just stay in place and attack, but with Omega, you can't, and it's frustrating.
All
And
right, with I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, what were you about to say? No, it's okay.
I was about to go on to the next game, but you already
Oh.
were about to say something.
Oh, yeah,
No,
and
you go ahead, Jim.
okay, so regarding it's not even just the extra missions. With the missions in general and for Team Chaotix, I just don't like them. I
They're
just don't.
usually just this. They're just the same thing, just with an increased number.
Like,
Yeah.
find this amount of hermit crabs.
Yeah, and or
Every
kill this many
single one of
enemies.
them.
Like do you know how frustrating it is to have to try to kill every enemy you can only to find out that you missed a few? And then you have to go back and then do it again. I'm like, wow. Why?
But on to the next Sonic game then.
Oh, wait, hold on. One more thing. Sorry, I forgot to mention one more thing. The
What?
multiplayer.
Eh.
It's
Wait,
just not as
there's
good.
multiplayer in it?
Yeah, there is,
I,
surprisingly.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the game does have multiplayer. It's very lackluster at the beginning, but you do unlock more stuff once you get a certain amount of emblems, but
Why
they're
would you?
really nothing special.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're pretty
on to the
short,
next
too.
Sonic game.
Okay.
The spawn of Chiman's infamous Sonic cover, I Damn, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Worst singer ever.
Oh. I mean, you're
But
not completely
Shadow,
wrong, but
ooh,
oh.
Shadow.
Oh my fucking god.
And
Okay.
you're one of my favorite characters.
Oh god.
Like, before we talk about the story, we should once again talk about Team Dark's story. Shadow was suffering from amnesia after his near death experience in Sonic Adventure 2. So rather than instead of Rouge, like, telling Shadow what the hell happened in the last game, we had to wait an entire game for that.
And this is
And
the spot of it. So, Shadow. It starts off with Shadow being an emo bitch, basically going, I can't remember my name. I wonder who I am. The only thing I remember is that gruesome image. It cuts to flashback of the arc, Shadow running with Maria, or should I say, Maria! Maria! and then you see a gun soldier aim his gun, and then you hear a gunshot. You can assume that Maria got killed right afterwards. And then right as soon as Shadow's trying to remember, a giant alien, a bunch of shit happens. The sky turns freaking Danganronpa colored red,
aliens.
and then aliens invade. And then we get introduced to this new character named what was it, like Black Doom.
Goku Black.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Shadow.
Like, dude, do you need a throat lozenge or something?
No.
He wants to wipe out all of the mortals from in the
From
Sonic
Earth.
universe.
Just
And yeah,
because.
by the way, this game is extremely edgy as shit. It
It's
adds
edgy for the wrong reasons. Like,
it
there's
adds
nothing.
in it adds in swear words. So you hear Shadow at one point. If you die, damn, not here.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Sonic games trying to be dark, but this game's attempts at being edgy are about as edgy as a juvenile who thinks it's cool, who swears for the first time and thinks it makes them look cooler if they keep doing it.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Oh my god, I hate that
Like,
line so much.
yeah, like, dude, that wasn't even pressed in the Japanese version, by the way. So I don't know why the fuck they did that here. So I
But
just
about the story of it, though, Shadow basically has to go along with Black Doom, trying to figure out more about his past
instead of
in order to
asking his
do so.
friends.
Basically having to go find the Chaos Emerald to do so. In each story, it branched out into 10 different paths, and you have to play the game about 10 times just trying to get all those endings. 10
10
times, maybe
fucking
more.
times.
Which
Yeah.
would Yeah, and throughout the game, you'll be given a choice to whether you should help
Be a hero.
Black Doom do evil things, or help the good guys stop the aliens, or stay neutral for a select few stages.
Yeah. Hey,
I mean-
Shadow, long time no see. Looks like we got help against these. We got to defend the planet against these black creatures.
This game is racist, I tell you.
Speaking of black creatures, why are there aliens in this game?
Because apparently Shadow's DNA, while he was being created, had Black Doom DNA implemented in him.
Why would you fuck up a backstory that was just fine in Sonic Adventure 2?
Because they wanted to come up with an excuse to explain him coming back in Heroes. Because yes, SA2 was originally supposed to be his final appearance, but fan popularity brought him back.
For all the wrong reasons. God.
With the power of these emeralds, I'm going to destroy this damn planet.
Yeah, it's just this whole thing tries so hard to be edgy. It's not even just Shadow. There are other characters that cuss. Sonic, Knuckles, the Gun Commander, Espio.
You just hear at one point Sonic go, "Damn!"
They got away! Leave it to me, I'll chase them down!
And also, the one fucking line I love to repeat: "I am Shadow the Hedgehog, creation of Jerry Robotnik. With the power of these Chaos Emeralds, I will conquer this whole damn planet. This is who I am."
Yeah, don't bother trying to comprehend the story. The only thing that should matter is the last story, which in itself negates the entire concept of the game.
Yeah,
Basically,
it's
what
just...
happens in the final story is Shadow confronts Black Doom about like, "Oh, okay, apparently you're evil. I guess I probably should go destroy you now." And the Black Doom, for some reason, puts something into each Sonic character's DNA, which freezes them.
Oh, and
And
Gerald's suddenly not a bad guy anymore, even though this is the same guy who threatened to collide the Ark with the Earth.
Yeah, like they
and
changed that here. Why would you do that? You just made the whole army look
and
stupid.
after that, Black Doom says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go conquer the Earth now. See you there."
Also, it turns out Shadow isn't an android. How do you find that out? You have to wait about 5 to 7 minutes for Eggman to spill the beans about Eggman being, real. About Shadow being the original.
In the
Yeah, the
final
same
boss
one that
fight.
fell to the Earth.
Like, did we have to wait that long in the final boss fight to hear that? You couldn't have told us right away?
But also, another thing that shames this game, the voice actors. This is the first game in the Sonic series that brought in the 4K cast, like Jason Griffith, Mike Pollock, Dan Green,
Amy Pallet.
Amy Pallet, Lisa Ortiz.
Also, Poisonous Maple brought up the Gun Commander. I hate that guy so much.
Why is he here? Why is he here?
Apparently, he has some like weird backstory with Shadow because he was also on the Ark apparently with Maria. It's just like some shit. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
and if he's apparently has a personal vendetta against Shadow, and he's the commander of Gun, the same people that killed Maria in the first place,
which was established in Sonic Adventure 2, and I'm pretty sure he was watching that. I'm pretty sure he watched that.
Why did he become a member of Gun and become the general? If he's gonna have this vendetta against Gun because they destroyed the Ark, why did you join the organization that destroyed your fucking home?
Yeah,
why was Sonic arrested in SA2 if you already knew that Shadow was you knew who Shadow was?
Oh yeah, that's something else I was gonna bring up. I just remember about SA2. How the fuck do you confuse Sonic and Shadow?
I guess because maybe there was no other supersonic hedgehog at the time, and maybe they're colorblind.
Yeah, exactly. The fucking color. Hell, if you look at Shadow's quills, they're pointed up while Sonic's are pointing down.
I guess, yeah, I guess it's because like the whole world has not seen more than one hedgehog like Sonic, so they're like, oh, maybe that's Sonic. But then you wonder, like, okay, like you saw Shadow right before, and then you see Sonic right after. You don't notice that they're different in appearance.
Like, I mean,
Well,
hell, I mean, you see Amy walking around, you go, "Oh, look, it's Sonic."
well, at least it makes a little bit more sense than Super Mario Sunshine.
Oh God,
Oh
don't even
yeah,
get me started on that.
but this is a Sonic Rantstream, not a Mario one.
Yeah.
Your time will come, you fat plumber.
And it's like regarding the gun commander, like one of his soldiers even points out, "Isn't Shadow on our side?" And then I'm like, okay, so you know that Shadow actually saved the world, and why are you against him? Did did the ending of Sonic Adventure 2 not matter at all to you? Were you not paying attention? Like what? I just if you're gonna retcon something, do it in a way that makes sense, please.
But
Going back to the gameplay, how about we talk about some pretty crappy levels?
Oh,
oh
oh my
yeah,
God.
when it comes to the missions, you gotta pick either the good side, the neutral side, or the dark side. And some of these missions either require you to get to the end, like the neutral missions, or kill a certain amount of enemies and destroy pillars or collect rings. The thing is about some of those missions, especially the first mission where you got to either destroy gun soldiers or aliens. If you miss one of these fuckers, you have to replay the entire stage again to eventually find that one motherfucker you forgot.
Yeah,
Bec-
they're basically Team Chaotix's missions on steroids.
Yeah, it's like it's that. Yeah, exactly. It's like that, but 10 times worse because the developers thought, you know what? I'm gonna make it so that you have to get every single enemy, and no margin for error. So if you miss one, well, sorry.
We're also forgetting the best part of the game. Find the
Oh yeah,
computer room!
oh yeah, find the computer room.
Find the computer room. Oh
Okay, so then back to
Jesus.
the gameplay. Shadow basically controls the way he usually does. He runs fast, he collects rings, he homing attacks, but he has a few more things up his arsenal. He has guns and vehicles.
Why?
I'll defend like the gunplay. Like I actually think the gunplay is rather fine. Like
Yeah,
most of them anyway.
Yeah, most of the weapons
yeah.
are actually good.
And you definitely need them if you want to take out the enemies a lot faster.
Yeah.
And then there's also another thing. You got two gauges on the top part of the screen. You got the dark side, and you got the hero side. The hero side is as a glorified speed boost, aka chaos control.
Do not use that ability when you're going for like enemies. Do not.
Yeah,
And
because
then the dark side is chaos blast.
which is actually helpful for taking out enemies, but if chaos control, don't use it or you'll just have to start over. So you can't
But
even use
yeah,
it while you're on the hero side, which is
in
dumb.
terms of Chaos Blast, you do have to be mindful of the surrounding enemies. You don't want to accidentally take out a member of the allegiance you're going for.
Which brings us
So,
to another problem with the game. Sometimes you have to defeat enemies on your own side, people on your own side to progress, and then your
But you can
supporting
act like,
partner
but then you
yells
can
at
also
you.
accidentally. Oh yeah, Sonic's like, "Hey Shadow, what are
Shadow,
you doing?"
Shadow, stop at once.
It's like, but I had to defeat them to progress. Why
I
are
don't
you
want
so
to hear your.
stupid?
I don't
I don't
need to
want to
hear
hear
any
it.
more. You're whining, you punk bitch.
Yeah, that is such stupid design choices.
Yeah,
Shadow,
and
what are you doing? They're on our side.
and when
He
you
was in my way.
yeah, and when you touch like the hint bubbles, they'll say things like, "I guess the." Backdoor will say things like, "I guess our soldier's fear kept this door closed." That's not an excuse. I don't want to hear it. It shouldn't be there. Let me progress.
Hate to tick off gun, but it feels like taking out those hornets is the only way to get by.
And then he
Shadow, what are
yells
you
at you.
doing?
I'm like, oh my god. It's so fucking stupid. Oh
And
my
Bring it
let's
god.
talk
on!
about the
Like Sonic. Also the fucking Dark Bull fight with Sonic going, "Oh, this looks like round 2, huh? All right, bring it on!" Like,
get back here. Also, I really hate Sonic's like punching animation before you face
yeah,
that black.
bring it on!
And let's talk about the environments. Like seriously, the environments look ugly.
They literally look like. So, take our Danganronpa playthrough, especially Ultra the Spare Girls. Remember the red sky? That's the
Yeah,
environment in Shadow.
except not nearly as good to look at.
Like Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast, honestly, looks better than that. Because those at least have at least colorful environments. Here's just nothing but dark, gritty environments with ugly textures.
Yeah, you
Like,
feel like did they get those from like an image library or something? Like-
And then the bosses themselves, you gotta fight the same one 10 different times.
Yeah,
Especially a certain fat doctor and his roulette machine.
yeah, it's
this is
like
my latest and greatest invention.
No, not Shadow Fever!
That is such a stupid mechanic.
yeah, it is
Why
like
add something? Why add something that can help the player? Why is Shadow Fever even a thing?
No, don't drop them here!
no, my rings.
My beautiful rings! I laughed my ass off when I heard Eggman say that. No, my beautiful rings!
What do you guys think about the character models
Basically, the Sonic hero models.
and the humans? The humans
Oh
and the
god.
aliens, they look ugly as shit. And the shadow androids.
Oh
Oh my
yeah.
god.
They
They
do.
looked bad.
Like holy crap! It's just they just
I
looked
feel like
awful.
when it comes to, like endings. Oh no, no, another Eggman boss. Uh, you know what they say? The more the merrier.
If I have to hear that one more time, I'm going to
Oh
shoot
yeah,
someone.
yeah. It's just that one line Eggman says. You know what they say? The more the merrier.
And he repeats it every 5 fucking seconds.
Lights out.
The best Eggman line at the end of each Shadow campaign when you're fighting Eggman. Goodbye, Doc. It was. I'm trying to think. Like,
Goodbye,
what?
Doctor.
Doctor. No.
And then it's like you killed Dr. Eggman? Wow, how edgy can you get?
Yeah.
You're going straight to hell.
What? Goodbye, Doctor.
No! And it's like, okay, and regarding see, that reminds me of something. So you have like you fight Dr. Eggman in 4 of the endings, you fight Black Doom in 3 of the endings, and Sonic and Diablo in 3 of the endings. So with
You're gonna be fighting the same final bosses repeatedly. Repetition, that's a big issue with this game's structure.
yeah, like it was bad in Sonic Heroes, and it's even worse here.
And then when it comes to the other bosses, you gotta fight Sonic and then the gun director. The gun director.
And it's funny because the gun commander says, like, you killed my family on the Ark. And I'm like, Sonic, are you going to
No, he
explain
didn't.
to him? Like, you're just going to stand there and
Hold,
let him. I don't know.
hold still, you devil! Which
Wow,
is funny
Shadow.
because it's
It looks
actually
like you actually did it. I love how Sonic says that line too. He's like, "Wow, Shadow, looks like you actually did it." Like, are you encouraging this?
Sounds like it.
I think that was the Hero Dark ending where he actually worked with Sonic and just switched against him at the last second just to be a dick.
And it's what we're speaking of that. Shadow is honestly just a dick throughout the entire thing, even in the hero story. It's just frustrating
Or
to
hell,
watch.
during one of the Eggman parts, after you defeat Eggman, where Shadow doesn't kill Eggman, he's like, "Go now, get out of my sight," and just
Leave now and never return.
he just
Yeah, I
walks
remember
away
that.
sad. like he has Vector with him. He walks away sad, and after telling Eggman to get out of his sight.
Oh God, like I don't know what the hell Takashi was thinking with this game. He can't write for shit. He just can't. God.
Lost Impact, The Doom.
If I swear to God. Okay, so the first thing that's wrong with these levels, you can't. For one thing, there's no map that you can take with you, and when you look at a map, it's just you see garbage on the screen. I'm like, how am I supposed to make sense of this? Like, what the fuck is this layout?
Yeah,
It's not like you can actually take it with you. And the level layout is just so confusing. Like everything looks the same.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Oh Jesus. And what else is frustrating is that I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the Doom. There's a certain glitch at a certain part of the level where one of the enemies won't show up, and in one of the rooms, and you have to either teleport to a checkpoint and then back, or just leave the area and come back, and then that enemy will spawn. But you won't know that your first time, so you'll be like, "Where's the last enemy? I can't find it."
That's awful.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think my least favorite one is Lost Impact, the one with the artificial chaos.
that one sucked.
Like any mission with Maria is the worst.
Yeah, honestly, it's just not fun playing with her. It's just frustrating.
But back to
The thing about the mission structure is that while yes, you can somehow avoid the really crappy missions, but that still requires you to play other stages you've already done just to ignore it, which further adds to the repetition.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to go out of your way to avoid shit like that. It just shouldn't be present in the first place.
But on the back in the final story, after Shadow turns super, he sees that the Ark is again about to crash into the Earth, and he decides to do one more last Chaos Control and send that giant piece of rock crashing into the Ark and destroying it.
Guy who likes memes. Who is Maria again? She was basically the granddaughter of Professor Gerald Robotnik, and who was a close friend to Shadow, a 12-year-old who was killed on the Ark 50 years ago, prior to the events of Adventure 2.
Who somehow also had a relation with the gun commander that didn't exist until this fucking game.
But I think that covers it.
I'm trying to remember if there's
Well,
anything else to mention.
why was she killed? She was
She was shot.
gun raid.
Yeah,
They deemed Project Shadow too dangerous, so the military infiltrated the Ark, arrested Gerald, and
Shot
Maria ended
Mona.
up being she got killed in the crossfire.
yeah,
And then she in turn sent Shadow down to Earth.
yeah. Where Dr. Eggman found him and revived him.
And
Yeah, because he was like in like a little hibernation pod or something when he
Yeah.
broke into prison island to find it.
and no, Maria was not an intruder. That was owned by Gerald, and she was his granddaughter, so she wasn't an intruder. She just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And one more thing I want to mention. So, when you get all the A ranks in this game, most of them are hard to get, but some of them suck. You get this thing called the expert mode, which is like super hard mode in Sonic Heroes, and it's a nice reward for all the shit you had to go through. But it should have been that should have been how the game that's how the game should have been structured from the start if they were gonna do this hot ass mess that they call choosing your own path.
Well,
Fuck
wait, the
off with
game would
that.
be too short. We have to pad it out somehow.
Which
Uh,
I don't know
look, here's
why
the
they
thing.
do that.
Here's the thing though. When it comes to those kind of games where it's like you gotta choose your own path and basically structure out your ending, I don't mind those games. In fact, I love games like that where you get to choose your own path, either being good, being evil, or being straight up neutral. But if I have to play the game 10 times just to see each and every ending to unlock a final episode, that's a little
Which mean nothing in the grand scheme of things, by the
that's a little
way.
bullshit.
Yeah, like there are games that use this mechanic well. Infamous is one example, and Detroit Among Humans is another. Like they use this mechanic very well, but this game just flat out sucks with it.
Or how
Yeah,
some Telltale games they
Yeah,
do this mechanic well,
yeah, they
like
do that
Walking
too.
Dead, like The Walking Dead, The Wolf Among Us, Minecraft Story Mode. They do all this shit pretty goddamn well.
But not this game. This game just took that concept and just used it in the worst way possible. God.
But other than that, and yeah, this game was a bit of a mess. I didn't actually. I never beat this game actually. I remember just looking up a walkthrough or something, watching that.
yeah, I have. I foolishly tried to go for all 326 pathways to the endings, gave up after 50.
Yeah, it's just
But
it's just not worth going through all that. Cause
You
like
don't
every
yeah,
run is like what 40 fucking minutes.
and you gotta do that 10 times, so 40, 80. About
You
like,
got
It's the same stages. You're gonna be going through the same stages over and over and over again just to try to get all the endings. Or all the pathways, I should say.
but
Yeah, it's just frustrating. And well, one more thing, like, and this has happened to me once. If you somehow happen to fuck up on one of the missions, like you do one mission instead of another, and you're close to the end you want to get, and if you fuck up, well, you gotta go start all the way back from the beginning. Like you can't just go back to where you
Oh,
last were, which is
oh. Do you
yeah,
remember Crazy Gadget or Space Gadget was it in Shadow the Hedgehog? The one where you're racing with Sonic for the Chaos Emerald?
oh that one. Yeah, I think that was I can't remember, but it was one of those names. Yeah.
It was it was Space Gadget, but you know how you do the hero mission, the neutral mission in this game?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh my God, go ahead.
You have to you know how you have to beat Sonic within a time limit? In order to beat the neutral one, you have to wait for the timer to run out and then get the Chaos Emerald after that. The game does not tell you that. So it doesn't matter if you like switch to the neutral mission on the pause menu, like you have to wait for that timer to run out.
Which is why would you do that? What kind of stupid mission design is that? Where you have to lose to win?
Loves to win.
You don't even lose. Like you
Like
still get the
yeah,
emerald anyway.
yeah, but you go on a different path. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Even if you switch your missions with the D-pad or with the pause menu, you still have to wait.
but I think that covers Shadow. And
Oh,
what this means.
oh,
On
one
to
more
the
thing. One more thing. It's a story related thing. So, you know how no one's gonna tell Shadow about his past at all.
Right.
Well,
Right.
like this one stage that we just talked about, Sonic tells Shadow about the time they raced for the Chaos Emerald. That's what he tells
Yes.
Shadow about, not about the time they worked together to save the Earth from being blown the fuck up. About the time they raced to get the Chaos Emerald. You're
Is
gonna
that
tell him
important?
about like
Sonic, you blue idiot.
Like, why not tell him about the other thing? That's more important. That gives Shadow more of an incentive to work with you. But no, just go on the stupid ass writing. I swear
But
to God.
now that we're done with Shadow, we're on to the one, the only, the infamous Sonic
Kemon's
06.
favorite game. Kemon's favorite game. I'm still
Fuck
waiting on
this
him to
game.
do a full playthrough of the game again.
Fuck this
Ooh,
game.
Sonic 06. Ooh.
Jesus.
How about we cover this one story by story? Jimin, you can take care of Sonic. I think Shadow, and Blue, you can take care of Silver.
Oh, I can't wait to rip on Sonic's story. No joke. I'm writing the script for a new video where I just tear apart the plot. I even have a Google Docs on this, so let me pull it up. Because Sonic's story took up like 4 pages of problems. I'm not joking. 4 fucking pages of issues. Jesus. Compared to Shadow Silver, which is like what 2.5, and Shadow, which is like 1. Sonic's is like 4. God. So
But yeah, Jimin, take it away with Sonic the Hedgehog.
okay,
Let's see what his story is all about.
okay. Let me start with Sonic's
You know
story.
what? But wait.
Yep.
Let me first let me summarize it. At
Okay.
least captured, Sonic saves. At least captured, Sonic saves. At least captured, Sonic saves. At
These
least dies.
captures.
Sonic travels back to the present and eventually saves her.
Anyway, Jimin, take it away. Bring us
Okay.
on with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. Um. So.
I had to do
So.
it.
I'm gonna try to summarize it and then explain the issues with it. Okay. So. Elise, Princess Elise, she controls a kingdom called of a city called Soliana, and she's with other people during the Festival of Sun celebrating while the townsfolk watch her, and then Dr. Eggman blows part of the place up and then shows up, and then he says that he needs Princess Elise and the Chaos Emeralds to revive the Flames of Disaster for his own nefarious purposes, and Elise doesn't want to go, and then Sonic shows up and then takes out Dr. Eggman's robots, and then, takes away Elise, saves her, and then when he comes across more robots, Elise is captured after that, and then, expect that to
I
happen a
hate
lot
that
throughout the.
happens.
Expect that to happen a lot. So basically, throughout the entire plot, Elise is, getting kidnapped by Dr. Eggman repeatedly, and Sonic has to save her, but things keep getting in the way. Silver trying to kill Sonic and all that stuff, and um, eventually, Elise is forced to go with Dr. Eggman, and Sonic decides to. Oh no! Before that, actually, Sonic tries to save Elise again in Kingdom Valley. She dies along with the A carrier. Sonic goes back in time, tries to save her again. This time successful, while Dr. Eggman just flies back in his chair and hits a flying missile. And
Oh my god! I love that! Oh my god! No way! Ah!
Everyone's an idiot in Sonic's story.
yes.
It's just
Okay.
Sonic.
And this is also I'm sorry. This
No. No.
also set up a Falovic characters.
And I love Eggman's just like kicking back, relaxing while he's falling to his inevitable death.
Yeah, he's just tumbling, and then he just goes like ding against this missile. That was pretty funny. Okay, so, and then that's the entire plot. So, okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and read some of what I wrote. Let's start. Okay, so Sonic himself doesn't fucking matter in this game. I will just say it right now. He does not matter in the plot. He just doesn't matter. His only real
He
role.
exists to die.
Yeah, to die, to make Elise cry. That is his only role.
Yeah.
He doesn't interact with Mephiles, and by the time when he interacts with Iblis, that was like some random ass encounter that had no bearing on the plot. So he doesn't really have a reason to be here.
Yeah.
It's just like he's the main character. The main character. Look, I have the game cover right here. The main fucking character, and he's the least relevant character. How does that work?
Makes
Jesus.
total sense.
Makes perfect sense, right? I just don't fucking and what Sonic just doesn't have any importance. He's important only through Elise. Elise is more important than he is. Like Sonic matters only because Elise matters. But Elise doesn't need Sonic to be important because she's already been established to be very important throughout the entire plot. Sonic doesn't have that. Like, at least Shadow and Silver are involved with the Solaris incident. Sonic is. How is he involved with the whole main story again?
He's basically indirectly the Iblis trigger.
And it's
Blue
funny.
covering Silver's side.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's like he's really only here by coincidence. Like he doesn't he's not here because the plot needs him. He's just here because it's just by pure coincidence. He just happened to be the best way to make Elise cry because, yeah, okay, and
I
can you
honestly can't get behind the fact that Elise went 10 years without shedding a tear once.
10
That's
fucking years?
that's about as bad as Aqua staying in the fucking realm of darkness.
Yeah, like it just doesn't make any sense. Like both of those don't make any sense. Holy shit! Like
Like,
how does
Mickey did not come by to save her until years fucking later.
because they wrote that after the fact. I'm like, Mickey, it doesn't take that long to save someone from the realm of darkness. Come on.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, I was sitting on my ass counting my money.
Like you think about it, he doesn't really do a lot throughout the plots, but like that's that's just a different issue. Like, but
Don't you dare turn your back on me!
oh,
Okay.
I can't wait to get to Silver's story, but there are a few more things I want to mention with Sonic's story. So, um,
He
so
chases an aircraft on foot.
yeah, and see, first of all, that was a stupid idea, and second of all, that segment didn't actually matter. You could cut that segment out of the plot and it wouldn't change. Like start right at Dusty Desert. And do you notice the difference with the plot? Because I don't.
It also happened not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Yeah, why are you this game's writing is so bad. It's just like and another thing. So, do we really need to see the princess kidnapped 4 fucking times in the game's plot?
It's like
Yeah, that's honestly worse than Princess Peach.
I was
Yeah,
about to bring that
at
up.
least-
I was about to bring up Peach. It's like playing a Mario game. Just to see Peach get kidnapped about 10 times in the same game.
Yeah, like it's like and at least Peach just gets relocated. At least just gets saved and then rescued and then 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 saved again. 4 times.
She has no backbone.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to get to Elise. But like, and see, here's the thing. Like, it's actually 5 times if you count Silver's story. But we'll get to that in a moment. So
It's part of the overarching plot, so yes.
yeah, and 2 of the times Elise got was it 2 of the time? Yeah, 2 of them just really didn't need to happen. Like, no, actually it was just 1. But so Sonic. After Sonic rescues Elise and then they go through tropical jungle and shit and then they have a bonding moment, Sonic leaves her alone in the castle. He just
Why?
straight up I don't know. He just straight up leaves her alone and he's nowhere to be seen.
And then it cuts to Tails having to go through Wave Ocean for some reason.
Yeah, to follow the egg carrier or something? I don't know. And then I guess he relays this information to Sonic, who should have been there. Like, why would you leave her alone?
Maybe it's because of the bodyguards.
Oh, the bodyguards. Oh, she's definitely good hands. Jesus.
The Jim Carrey looking motherfuckers.
Like, God. And it's just, like, and another thing is that, because Sonic doesn't matter, Tails and Knuckles don't matter either.
Because the one time where Tails and Knuckles are brought up, it's when they are about to go into the past. Because Dr. Eggman basically goes, hey guys, I got a chaos emerald here. You guys should come over and get it. I promise I'll trap you and send you somewhere else. And they go for it.
Yeah, and that honestly, it's not even just that. It's also okay. So Dr. Eggman, you knew they were coming and you didn't let them in. Like you just let them
to get a good workout.
Like you just let them.
It's always nice to stretch out the legs.
Like you just let them go through your factory and wreck half your shit, and then you're like, you're late, and then Knuckles is like, we had to deal with your pets. Like, come on, you could have avoided. Why Acropolis didn't need to happen. It did not need to happen.
You guessed it. I'm the captain. The same guy who started the mission.
I can't wait to get to the town missions because those are horse shit.
That was funny as shit. It's just like, can you guess the captain? It's like the guy who's wearing a hat saying, definitely not the captain. I'm definitely not the captain. Go talk to everyone else. Are you the captain?
How
Are
long
you
is
the
this
captain?
going to go on?
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Oh God, it's not even just that. Like, because Tails and Knuckles don't matter. Well, Dr. Eggman doesn't matter either because he's just here to be a villain for Sonic. He doesn't have anything to do with the main plot. He's just here because Sonic needed a villain. He he just doesn't have a reason to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
okay, and so another thing. Let me scroll down. Elise's personality. Where is it exactly? I can't find it. Can anyone find Elise's personality for me in the chat? Anyone? Because I don't think she has one.
If you find the nearest piece of wood, that might be it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Damn, dude.
Oh my god! Like, yeah, she's just wooden. She's like, she's all kind and passive and reserved. I'm like, that's not enough for a personality. That's not a personality. I don't care about Elise. I don't have a reason to care about her. I don't care if her parents died. It's tragic, but you can give the character the most tragic backstory, and it won't mean a thing if they're just not interesting. Come on.
Also, with Sonic's story, he has the weird session going, "Hey, Elise, smile."
You know, I'm like, boy.
It doesn't. Smiling doesn't solve everything.
Yeah, I know Sonic has a carefree attitude, but come on, dude. Her parents died, and she had to stifle her emotions for 10 years, which is fucking impossible, by the way. She's not gonna smile that easily, anyway. Like, come on.
Nice smile.
And then at the end, he's like, Elise, just smile. I'm like, you just saw her break down in front of you. That's all you have to say?
I love the bit though at the end though. I gotta say, when Sonic's trying to run out of the fucking exploding egg, like the giant egg carrier, it explodes right when he's about to fall off. It explodes. He flies up. He goes ah.
I remember that. Like, they shouldn't have survived that, by the way, but I remember that.
It's just his face. He's like, oh shit, shit.
And then they just laugh it off, and then Sonic does this weird ass laugh, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, he goes.
Yeah,
like,
Jason Griffith was still in his phase.
he
But-
was.
He does get better.
yeah. Yeah, she's not laughing at us.
Like, oh god, and another thing about Sonic's story. I mentioned how irrelevant Sonic and pretty much almost everyone in the story is. It's just that, like, Sonic's story, it feels disconnected because, you know, Elise remembers seeing Silver in the Solaris incident, which shouldn't have happened because she was unconscious, but, like, she remembers Silver, and she doesn't tell Sonic.
Like, oh yeah, there's a silver hedgehog trying to kill you.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I met him years ago, but I'm not going to tell you because, I don't know, I'm just not going to tell you.
All right.
And another thing, one more thing, like,
Okay.
okay, so, and this part doesn't make any sense. So, in Crisis City, in Silver's timeline, Team Sonic over here in Memphis, Silver and Blaze talk about killing Sonic, and when they leave, Knuckles comments on Memphis's appearance, but later they don't tell Shadow about this.
Like,
Nope.
oh yeah, hey, Shadow. There's this one guy here that looks exactly like you. Hell, even Shadow even comments on the fact that it looks just like him in his story. But I'll get to that soon.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? They just don't tell him. Not a single one of them. And you get the impression that no one in Sonic's story seems to care about anything at all, other than having to rescue Elise. The only thing. That's the only thing they care about. Like, do you not care about anything else that's going on, or is the writing just shit? Or was Sonic's story just written first, and then all of its connections to the other stories were just afterthoughts? Because that's how it's coming off to me. Because Sonic's story would have been fine as a standalone story with some tweaks, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just irrelevant.
And with that, I guess it's time we head into Silver's story.
Oh, I thought we were doing Shadows next.
We'll save Shadow for last, since he is
All right.
the best.
All right.
Since his is the best, and
All right.
he
All right.
sort of segued into mine.
Anyway, take it away.
Okay. Silver's story. Well, first off, Silver is the new kid on the block. He's a psychic hedgehog coming from 200 years into the future, in which his world is destroyed by that is ravaged by Iblis's flames of disaster. He's basically the future Trunks of Sonic.
True.
In which in later games he's voiced by fucking Axel in Kingdom Hearts and also fucking Makoto from Danganronpa, but
True.
And also Blaze, for some reason, is here. She's
Yeah,
not from
why?
the Soul Dimension anymore, but she's apparently part of the future as well.
For some reason.
And
I don't know.
yes, I mean, with Silver and Blaze feeling helpless, enter Mephiles the Dark,
we'll get more
somebody who
about
doesn't
Bliss.
somebody who doesn't look threatening at all, who looks totally trustworthy. He
Voiced by
tells,
Dan Green.
yep, yep. Anyways, Mephiles informs Silver that the future that Iblis's flames were caused by the Iblis trigger. And in order to undo the future, he has to kill this person. But Silver doesn't really take the time to explain. He just says, "There's a solution. I'm going to do it." And with that Silver and Blaze travel to the present day where they aim to take out the Iblis trigger, which is revealed to be Sonic the Hedgehog.
and and okay, so he looks through the Chaos Emerald that Mephiles gives him, and he's like, "I see it." I'm like, "No,
Wait,
all you
I
just
see
saw
it.
was like, yeah, all you just saw was Sonic looking angry and standing behind some flames. That's convincing enough to you?"
Like it
But
could have just been him
but
getting pissed off at what the fuck just happened.
Yeah.
but he was standing there menacingly.
Menacingly.
And also Blaze is just there.
Okay, yeah, about Blaze, like, as Blue Typhoon just said, she doesn't really do much in the plot, because, like,
She has to sacrifice shit at the. She sacrifices herself at the end of it.
which was pointless, actually. Like, because Mephiles got what he wanted anyway. So, like, she sacrificed herself for nothing. So,
It's like she basically was holding up two Chaos Emeralds and she was trying to seal Iblis into her.
Yeah, she was supposedly there to be some sort of mentor to Silver, but she really doesn't have any sort of input on anything. Like,
yeah, and especially since no one talks to her other than Silver.
yeah, she's probably the most irrelevant character in the game.
Who?
Yeah.
I forgot. Shit. Damn, what was her name? Maze, Tate. I can't remember. Sorry.
Me
I
either.
forgot. I forgot. Like, I think she's just a ghost. That's pretty much what she is in the plot.
Oh, she
Like,
does turn into one by the end of the game, so.
shit. And it's funny because, and you'll notice this throughout the entire plot, and not in Shadow Story though, but in Silver and Sonic stories. You notice that characters just disappear at random times and reappear
Yep.
and then disappear with no explanation. And it happens
Yep.
here in it happens here in Silver's story because Silver and Blaze they talk with Memphiles. They ask him why the Iblis trigger wants to destroy the world. Memphiles, of course, dodges the question and tells him to just
They
do
don't
it.
answer. They don't ask that right away. By the way, it took them until like almost 2/3 into the campaign to ask that question.
Yeah, like I don't. And it's not even just that. Like right after that part where they ask him the question, Silver goes to fight Sonic, and Blaze isn't anywhere to be seen. Where did she go?
Also, Amy Rose is there for some reason as well.
Why is she here? Why is she here? She doesn't have a reason to be here. She's the least relevant character out of everyone, actually. She doesn't have a reason to be here. She's just here by coincidence. And and I love this. Okay, so she rescues Elise, right? And then
Yep.
leaves her alone in the castle.
Yep.
I don't know what to do with the story anymore. It's just I don't know.
If there's one positive thing I can say about Silver Story, it does have one of the best cuts. It has the best cutscene in the entire game, and I think you boys know what I'm talking about.
I think so too.
Oh
But
yes,
I'll get into that in my side of things.
yeah. I see what you
Well,
mean.
it's in mine too, but yeah, I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah,
But
because it's more relevant in mine.
And let's see.
what else
Oh,
do I have to
right.
talk
Oh,
about?
you might as well mention. Oh no. Well, we already talked about that. Never mind.
What else is there to talk about Silvers? We already talked about him having
Oh
him
yes.
being
Psychic and like having like telekinesis and shit.
Oh, one more thing, and this is really the biggest problem with the story. So, Memphilis, why is he bothering with Silver?
Oh, yeah. He really doesn't need Silver for anything.
Nope.
Like he's more relevant in Shadow's story because as we'll
Yeah.
see in a bit.
Yeah, like Memphilis needs to kill Sonic to make Elise cry. He could have done that himself. He didn't need Silver to do it.
If
And he
anything,
does.
he was bringing another person who could potentially foil his plans.
Yeah, so dude, like why are you bothering with Silver? You could just go and do it yourself, which you actually do in the last story. We didn't need to wait 3 stories for you to do that. You could have done that as soon as Elise and Sonic bonded. And like, and please don't tell me, anyone who's listening, please do not tell me that Memphis tricked Silver just because he wanted to be a dick. That's not a plot
I
device.
don't. Yeah, that is not a good. That sounds like a cop out answer.
Yeah.
Just fuck off with that. I
There's
don't want to hear it.
there's being sadistic and there's just being fucking stupid and making a stupid and convoluted plan.
Which Memphis, we'll get to Memphis later, but yeah,
I think I'm good on Silver's side.
yeah, I
All
can't think of
right.
anything
So
else.
now let's talk about a certain edgelord hedgehog. This is Shadow Story. I'm trying to remember it correctly. So the story starts off with Shadow running through White Acropolis, apparently getting some orders from Gunn because now he's apparently working for Gunn, and there's an agent inside where he needs to rescue. And when he gets inside the fortress, surprise, it's Rouge.
When
And
Shadow said he was putting the past behind him, he wasn't kidding.
so he rescues Rouge, and she tells him, "Oh, Shadow, hey, look, I found this thing here, and I found this weird little staff here. It looks like something that might be useful, so let's keep it around just in case." And basically, when she says that, one of Eggman's guards, aka Egg Cerberus, comes down and shouts to fight that. He does. They get out of White Acropolis. They head back to Ciliana. They get some more plot points talk about Rouge, talk about the history of the town and shit. Then they head off to fuck, I forgot the name of the area, like something Kingdom or something. Kingdom Valley.
Yep.
Kingdom Valley.
Yeah.
They head to Kingdom Valley. Dr. Eggman stops them, talks more about the disaster and the weird staff that Rouge has been holding. They end up getting to a fight. Rouge slips the damn thing out of her hand. It falls and it breaks onto the ground.
It's no use. Pull back. Pull back. Pull back.
Oh, yeah. So once that happens, all of Eggman's mechs are paralyzed. They cannot do anything. Eggman goes, "It's no use. Pull back. Pull back. Pull back."
Yep.
And he gets out, and the thing that was inside of it merges with Shadow's shadow, and that turns into Mephiles the Dark.
What? Did you forget me?
Yeah, and then Shadow's just like, "What the? Why is it turned into my shadow?"
A recolor of a recolor.
And I think I remember correctly. Basically, I think they get set back in time by Mephiles right afterwards, and then they run into Sonic and crew. And basically tells them, "Oh, there's a chaos emerald in the volcano where it's like, oh, we use this chaos emerald, we can travel back into travel back into the present. So they get to the volcano. Rouge goes up to the Chaos Emerald. Shadow goes, "Don't touch it!" And
Dun,
summons
dun,
Iblis.
dun, 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 dun.
Don't touch
It
it!
summons, oh, yeah. It summons Iblis. This time around, Shadow's fighting Iblis for some fucking reason instead of Sonic. And then basically Sonic, Tails, Knuckles go back to the present. Rouge goes back into the portal, but Shadow stays behind because he sees something. It was Mephiles behind him the entire time. He sees Mephiles there. He's like, "What are you doing here?" And once Rouge is in the present, she goes into the jungle and she finds Omega. Basically, she runs to Omega, tells him, "Oh, Shadow's back in the past. Can you go save him?" Omega
And he
obliges.
takes about 30 seconds to try before he starts to head out.
Omega obliges. He heads back to the past. He rescues Shadow. Shadow and Omega get into a fight with Mephiles. Mephiles basically says this fucks off afterwards, and Shadow and Omega head back to the present. So they were thinking about, okay, so now we need to find a way to steal Mephiles because we gotta find out a way to get the Mephiles back into the thing. But unfortunately, the little staff they were holding is broken. They can't do it. So then then they head to the train where I forgot the name of the area. Radical Train. They run into Sonic rescuing Elite again, and they run into Silver there as well. And Shadow and Silver get into a fight. Oh no! I just remember the detail. Important detail. So Shadow has to go make another staff to reseal Mephiles, and he does by just apparently lighting some candles. And all of a sudden, oh, there it's there. So they go to freaking Wave Ocean. They see Omega there trying to fight Mephiles by literally shooting the fuck out of him. But it doesn't work. So they try stealing him. It doesn't. They did not get there in time. Omega basically just goes, Mephiles head off to another area. But then we go to Radical Train. I think I might be getting this out of order, but I don't care.
That's okay.
But anyway, they head to Radical Train. They see Sonic there. Shadow sees Silver, and Silver goes, "Shadow and Mephiles, what are you doing here?" Because apparently he still mistakes Shadow for Mephiles. They get into a fight, and then it spawns one of the more fucking badass scenes that Shadow's ever done. He chaos controls Silver, runs up behind him, and fucking karate kicks him right in the fucking head.
Yep, just roundhouse kicks him across the back of the head. And it has such a nice sound effect, too.
Yeah, before you head back in, I think you jumped things a bit you went a bit ahead with the whole Wave Ocean thing.
Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? Okay, never mind. Okay, so...
That's
sorry,
okay.
basically put that plot point after this. But, so, Shadow basically tells Silver Mephiles is trying to trick him. So he takes Silver to the past. So before all this shit began. Basically, before Mephiles was unleashed. And he takes him back to the past to show Silver, Mephiles is not trying to help you. Mephiles is not trying to help you create a better future. It's trying to create him a better future for himself. And show Silver this. Silver now realizes through his thick skull, like, oh, Mephiles may or may not be a good guy after all. So in the past, they seal Mephiles, thinking like, oh, maybe if they seal Mephiles in the past, he's gonna seal him in the present. Nope, not gonna work. Didn't work. So they decided.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But then after that, they find a younger Elise. Silver basically tries to like comfort her after the lab exploded. Put her up behind a tree so that way he put her against like a tree or something to. And then they just travel back to the present.
Which actually brings up, I think I know what Blue Typhoon's going to mention. That actually brings up an issue with the writing. So
yeah,
go ahead. You can go ahead and.
Anyway, continuing on. Like I said, Shadow now has to create another staff in order to seal Mephiles in the present, because now they seal him in the past. They think now they can seal him in the present, so they make another staff by lighting some candles. Head to Wave Ocean. Omega shoots the fuck out of Mephiles. he retreats, and they now they sense that Mephiles is now in the desert. So they head to the desert. They find Mephiles there in the desert, and they get into a fight with Mephiles for the last time. And during the ending of it, Shadow just goes, "You know what? If I'm gonna be fighting, I'm not fighting like I always have." Remove his cup and move his little rings on his wrist, and basically starts boosting through a shit ton of little Mephiles clones, and that ends the Shadow story.
And
That's it. That's it.
yeah.
Gameplay wise, Shadow, he controls more or less the same like he usually does. He runs, he jumps, he smashes enemies with a homing attack. He has a different kind of homing attack too, where it's like if you keep mashing the A button, he'll just like start smacking, like he'll start like flailing in the air like crazy.
Yeah, we call these his chaos attacks. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the story for a bit. Like, somebody in the chat brought out some inconsistencies. Like, I was about to mention during that whole scene before Shadow and Silver travel back to the present, Shadow decided to leave the Time Scepter, I believe it was. Or, no, I'm sorry, Scepter of Darkness, I mean.
That's right, that's what it's called. I just called it
And-
like a little staff, but yeah, basically the thing to seal Mephiles there. He left it there in the past
Yes,
with Elise.
Yes, and Kimon probably knows what I'm talking about too. Like,
Yeah.
in Silver's story, Silver left the blue Chaos Emerald with Elise, which I guess explains how she's had the emerald for that whole time. Although that doesn't explain how Sonic was able to turn supersonic in the previous games. But that's besides the point. In Shadow,
remember what Sonic says though throughout the games, where or hell even Sonic X, where he goes like, if he uses the Chaos Emerald once, they scatter.
okay, maybe, but besides that, in Shadow's story, Silver actually jumps into the portal with the Chaos Emerald in his hand.
I just don't understand how you can make such a glaring writing error. It's not that hard to keep your stories consistent. Because if you see, like, okay, they could have made it to where, like, Silver looks back at Elise and then fade the camera. Like, make the camera fade to black right at that point. They could have done it like that. But no, you just make Silver go back into the portal with the blue Chaos Emerald still in his hand. So you get an inconsistency.
But back to Shadow's moveset. Shadow has a lot of his Chaos abilities. He has like a Chaos Blast. He has Chaos Spear. Chaos, like the only thing you really need is the homing attack, because the other ones just are just paralyzing attacks. And another thing that comes back from Shadow are the vehicles. Shadow now has a car, a motorcycle, and a hoverboat,
And a glider.
You're gonna need some of these to progress throughout certain levels, throughout some of the levels, or else you'll die.
Or fail.
Unless they require me to use them, I don't really use them that much.
I don't really bother with the vehicles much either, unless they really would need me to. Another thing Chima forgot to neglect about Sonic's story. Sonic has Mach Speed section.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to Sonic's gameplay in a bit, but the Mach Speed sections just suck.
Like, here's the thing: when you're running, if you barely touch a wall, you get hit.
Yep.
You get hit. If you get hit too many times where you're hitting the wall, you're gonna die.
And then Sonic just keeps breakdancing in place for some stupid reason. I just
he also can't control his jumps.
Yeah,
and
like
remember it's one mission during Radical Train when you're doing the friggin' speed mission there. Sonic has a Mach Speed session, but Shadow, he has to ride a bike to shoot the train, blow it up.
Sucks.
And if your bike gets destroyed, well, might as well start over. Yeah.
It's like you have to blow up the train. Why isn't isn't Elise or something on there or something? Oh wait, no, he has to get the Eggman. That's right. I was like, dude, you realize you're probably gonna kill Eggman if you do that.
I think the beginning of that section is the worst because those trains can get in your way, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And it says you run on the trains to go faster. No, you fucking don't.
Yeah. It's like, no,
He
Yeah.
runs
you use the
slower.
rails, not the trains.
Yeah, that had to have been another localization error. Or, I don't know.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Sonic's basically at the end of it. Basically, he's running past the train while it's blowing. Parts of it are blowing up behind him. But Shadow, you have to blow up the train that Eggman's on in order to reach him. Like I said, Shadow, you do realize you're almost gonna kill Eggman if you're gonna keep doing this. If you want to get to him, you're not gonna get to him if you blow him sky high.
He survived worse.
If he can survive a karate chop, he can survive this.
True. Okay. And let me go ahead and talk about
Then now let's move on to the final story. Sonic dies. Elise cries.
After 10 years.
It's relief. It cuts back to Shadow, and basically Mephiles now laughs, fuses with fucking Iblis, turns into Solaris.
could have done this earlier, but yeah.
Turns into the Solaris, sends all the Sonic cast into this weird to the end of the world. Not Kingdom Hearts ripoff.
Coincidentally, might I add.
Yep.
Like the end of the world. What are you trying to rip off Kingdom Hearts? That's totally a fuck. That's the world in Kingdom Hearts 1 at the end.
True.
So basically, for that stage, you have to find all 7 Chaos Emeralds with 7 different characters in order to bring Sonic back to life.
With crappy ass playstyles, might I add.
And you wonder why half of these characters are even here. Because some of them don't interact directly with Mephiles, and others just hardly do anything. So,
And then after once you get all 7 Chaos Emeralds, in comes the most infamous scene in the entire fucking game. And Elise reaches down, and she gives Sonic a kiss.
Might have just been CPR or something. I don't know.
I don't know either.
And that brings Sonic back to life, and he's now Super Sonic. So he calls over Shadow and Silver, and then they turn their super forms by just holding out their hands over Super Sonic. Okay, wait. Here's the question: If Shadow and Silver can turn their super forms by doing this around Super Sonic, why couldn't Tails and Knuckles do the same thing when they did the exact same shit in Heroes?
Because the writers don't know how to be consistent.
Anyway, so now that Shadow, Silver, and Sonic are now in their super forms, they go up and try to take down Solaris. They do that by dashing into like a weird core in its stomach that Eggman keeps going, Sonic, there's a core in the stomach. Go for it.
Yeah, and then the whole... Go ahead.
And then after that, Sonic and Elise are transported to this weird area, to this room where there's a candle in there. And that apparently is Solaris itself. A tiny little candle. And if they blow it out, time resets. Where Iblis and Mephiles were never existent. And if they do this, time will reset. They will forget everything. So basically, throughout this entire game, this has been entirely pointless.
Mm-hmm.
So Elise literally goes, I don't care what happens to the world. I want to stay with you. Like, bitch, you do realize the world's gonna fucking die if you don't blow up this damn candle.
But my Sonic.
But Sonic just goes, no, bitch, you blow out the fucking candle now.
You know, Amy said said something similar too, when Silver was about to kill Sonic.
Yeah, Amy's all like, if I had to choose between the world and Sonic, I would choose Sonic.
But Elise blows out the candle, and time resets. It cuts back to the Festival of the Sun. Sonic's running past it, trying to catch up to the festival itself. He runs up on top of like the part of the little top of like a bridge or something like that. He then sees a feather of Elise blow right by him. He looks up into the moon, and that's where the game ends.
So that's the entire story. And regarding the last story, so going back to the scene where Mephiles kills Sonic, I don't care. You're still a bad villain. You don't tell me that just because you killed a hero, you're a good villain. No, you are a bad villain. You are a bad villain. You could have done this shit a lot earlier than you did. You didn't need to get involved with Silver. Like, they try to make you think Memphis is this huge, calculating, maniacal, diabolical genius when he's just a fucking moron. Or at least comes off
Like-
that way.
Here's an example of something doing right. Take Kingdom Hearts 3, for example. When Xemnas kidnaps Kairi, and Xehanort comes up, it brings her freaking unconscious body up to slash her, that death is so impactful because Xehanort's this huge menacing threat. Again, it would make sense for him to do this. Mephiles is just like, oh, I'm evil because I'm evil.
Yeah, like, Xehanort had a reason to be evil. Memphis, I don't know, like, he's just such a weak villain. God. Like, and when you think about it, he really didn't. The only thing he really needed was the only things he needed were Elise and Sonic. He really didn't need anyone else. But at least Silver, Shadow, Rouge, and Omega were trying to stop the two halves of Solaris. No one else was doing anything important. So why are half of these characters even here? Jesus.
Petting.
Probably.
But now that's the story out of the way. The gameplay, the gameplay is a hot mess.
Well, I'll just go ahead and provide an overview. So let's talk about the loading times.
20 fucking seconds.
And like if you're just going from like doing all the scenarios, that's a good 2 hours of load times.
Like, Jesus Christ.
For example, you want to know a really bad time with loading times? So, say for example, you're doing a mission. As soon as you talk to a person, it goes through a loading time. Once that loading time's done, you talk to the civilian, and it basically gives out your mission. And then you have to go through another loading time where you got to play the actual fucking stage. Once you're done with that, another loading time, and then you got to talk to the guy where he congratulates you, and you get your rank, and then you go through another fucking loading time just to get back to the fucking hub.
I think Aristo has to be the worst one. The one where you have to break the boxes.
That one just sucked, to be honest.
No, the fucking the trials one were fucking awful.
They honestly, they were, yeah.
Like, one of them is literally, oh yeah, make sure you kill every enemy without any rings.
I think what usually kills me are the darn pistol, the pea
Yeah.
shooters.
Those are
Yeah.
really hard to predict because they can just come out of nowhere, like off camera, and then you won't even know.
Because, like, if, for example, I mean, it'd be easier to avoid it, say, if you were like Silver, because Silver can actually take the bullets. Like, he uses psychokinesis in order to track the bullets, and then you can fire them at will.
Yeah. But with Sonic, you're kind of fucked.
Unless you have one of those little customizable shoes.
Yeah, because you could just use the yellow shield and be like, okay, I can just keep using that. And
You can forget the best mission in the game: walking a dog.
That
Racing
one-
with Sonic Man.
The best mission in the game, find the captain.
Jesus,
He's right in front of you.
all these
Top
missions are
contender.
Yeah, all these missions are so dumb. Like, why were they in the game? You could have spent that time actually fixing the main gameplay. Nah, let's do some really stupid town missions like finding the captain, or walking a dog, or choosing your love, or some stupid shit. God. And
All right, I think we should probably move on from Sonic 06 before this entire stream goes into Sonic 06.
Long story short, the game's buggy and unpolished. It does have some redeemable qualities, but from a technical standpoint, the game's just terrible.
yeah, and the characters, many of them control like ass, especially Tails and Knuckles and Amy. Just don't play as them, or most of the characters here just suck, to be honest. And you also have the ranking system, which is a joke in this game.
Yeah.
But I think I could go into detail with all these characters, but I think we'll just like leave it at that because
Anyway,
We'll save it.
what's
We'll save it
what's
for an
the next-
eventual Keymon replay.
yeah,
what's the next Sonic game on the chopping block?
Sonic and
I
the
mean-
secret rings.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay, so all right, so now let's talk about the story. Sonic Sonic is reading a book. He falls asleep. The genie comes out of a genie comes out of the fucking book itself, out of like a ring or something Sonic has lying around. Basically tells him, "Oh, the book world's in danger. Oh, Sonic, you have to come help us." Sonic says, "Okay." Apparently, also Sonic's sick in that game too because he just goes, "Oh, by the way, do you have any? Can I get a tissue or something?" So then Sonic gets transported into the book world, and he has to go through each story that was inside the book to help, stop against this evil Eraser Jinn, aka the genie from Aladdin.
You must be that blue rat that just got added to the
The
story.
story. What do you call it, a rat? I'm a hedgehog. Hedgehog! Hedgehog!
I remember that.
I don't want to hear your bullshit.
Isn't he like voiced by like Majin Buu or some shit? I think I remember watching Clement's playthrough of it.
No. He
Oh, okay.
he just sort of has the same color scheme.
But anyway, and then Sonic basically goes through each area, seeing a Razor Gen on the way, basically say, "Oh, I'm evil. Okay, later." And basically, also the game requires you to play different sections, required sections, in order to get these things called the secret rings, which Razor Gen will need in order if he's going to be erasing every single page from this book.
Which brings me into one of the most annoying aspects. Like, if you really want Sonic to get these rings, why are you sending your mooks after me to try and kill me?
Also, one of my favorite
I
lines in that
don't.
game is, "Maybe it could open the gates of hell."
Just hearing them say that's funny.
It's like maybe it opened the gates of hell. Basically, another thing too, Sonic will also run into his friends, but they are playing the roles of different characters. Like Tails is Alibaba, Knuckles is fucking Sinbad, Eggman's fuck, I forgot who Eggman was. Fuck, I forgot who Eggman was
King
in that.
Shariar.
King
Yeah.
Shariar, that's right. And that's pretty much it for the characters he runs into.
There's really no reason, no like real reason why they did it. I think they just did it for maybe for novelty's sake, but I thought it was a cool idea.
Yeah, like having like Eggman being the actual good guy for once was.
Yeah, the story was okay. I mean, like, it was better than whatever the hell Shadow the Hedgehog or Sonic 06 was.
Too
But
bad
so,
in terms of everything else. No.
but anyway, more on
Yeah.
the story. So Sonic and Elise. Oh, another thing, Sonic has this flame in his chest that Razor Jin try to shoot at the female genie, and Sonic decided to take the bullet for it. And throughout the entire game, Sonic has a bit of a time limit on him. If that flame goes out, he dies.
Yeah.
And so Sonic's going through all these different worlds, trying to find the secret rings. And once he does, he finds all the secret rings and opens this door. And once he opens the door, Resident is waiting on the other side. He's like, "Oh, good job of getting all the secret rings." It's basically saying that the female genie that was with Sonic basically duped him.
Yeah.
And Razor Jin then decides to kill the female genie, and Sonic gets pissed. And then Sonic takes because Razor Jin takes all the secret rings and transforms into this giant blob of shit.
Yeah.
And Sonic himself gets pissed at this, and he absorbs all the secret rings in him, and turns into Dark Spine Sonic. And basically, it turns him into the fucking werehog voice. It makes him sound like this because I'm fucking crazy.
Yeah, I just didn't like that voice, to be honest. If this
Makes
is your
no way-
world, I don't want to be a part of it.
wanna be a
Oh,
part
wow,
of it.
Sonic.
If
Wow.
this is your world, I don't want to be a part of it. Like he turns into Jet the Hawk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, Sonic then defeats the Razor Jin. He basically pulls a friggin' Aladdin move and uses 3 wishes. One, he uses his wish to bring back Elise. Not Elise,
Shara.
Shara. He uses the first wish to bring back Shara. 2, he decided to put the worlds back to where they were. And then 3, to seal the genie into the lamp for good. And then he does my favorite line in the game. I told you, I'm not a rat. I'm a hedgehog.
Yeah, it just blows out the lamp. I'm like, oh, okay.
I thought that was actually a pretty cool line.
Yeah, it was.
But now that's basically Shara's crying because she lost Razor Jim for some fucking reason. Why the hell she still care about him?
Yeah, and what about that? Like, she's like, I just want to be with him. Oh, you could have. You didn't try to stop Sonic from hurting him then? Like, you just sat there. So your words are meaningless.
And then Sonic decides to wish for a shit ton of tissues.
So Shara can cry.
Basically saying like, "Oh, Shara, if you ever feel bad, use one of these tissues to wipe away your tears." And
those things will probably get old after a while.
Yeah, like she can't use all of them out. Like.
And then that's how the story ends. But I think there is a story part of it. No, never mind. I think that's it. I think Sonic then goes outside the book, and that's it.
Yeah, there is a post-credit scene where after they get rid of that lamp, permanently get rid of that lamp so nobody can summon Eraser again. Sonic apparently ran endlessly before he ended up going into his own world.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that now.
And
I was thinking Black Knight's ending.
Yeah, and then he had some adventures with the characters.
Alibaba and Sinbad,
along the way.
And then that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
So now that's the story out of the way. A pretty good story, in my opinion, at least anyway. The story of the game is actually pretty good. The gameplay, however.
The gameplay that made me want to throw my Wii remote across the TV, like across the room. And you guys saw how pissed I was when I played this.
Yes.
The game is motion controlled. It's an auto, like I'm trying to think of like an on rail thing. So basically you tilt the Wii remote forward to move Sonic forward. You tilt it back to move Sonic back. Move left to left. Make it go to the right. And the game's just all automated after that. Just basically you gotta tilt like where Sonic's going, running in that one direction. While also pulling back to stop and reverse or keep going forward.
Yeah, and another thing is Sonic is constantly moving. Because he's propelled by motion controls, he will never stop. He will never stop moving unless you like manually press down on the brake button or like get ready to prepare a jump.
Yeah, like it's really not convenient, and it sucks especially when you're avoiding obstacles or you need to reposition yourself because he keeps fucking moving. You're just gonna deal with it's just fucking frustrating.
And the camera doesn't the camera doesn't move at all. Like it's always gonna be behind Sonic.
It also goes for for example, boss fights. Example I forgot the name of the final boss. It's like the original Layla by Layla. For example, Layla by Layla. You basically dodge his slashes by tilting the Wii remote or tilting the Wii remote left or right, or jumping over it or ducking under it. And then once it gets to a certain point where Razor Jin shoots a giant shadow bomb at you, you have to shake the fucking Wii remote so fucking much that Sonic kicks it back at Razor, and you gotta shake again. You gotta dash towards him by freaking speed boosting up to him, and then shake the fucking Wii remote again.
I think I remember that. I think
trying to get the gold medals on there and get messed up.
Shit! The gold medals I can never do. I'm like, I was like, no, I'm not doing that shit. Forget it. It's just awful. Like this game is so awful that getting the gold medals is essentially extremely difficult to do.
Let's start talking about the missions. Some of them are simple, run to get to the goal missions, but then some of them are break 5 pots. That's simple. And then there's one, don't break any pots. That was before the break the pot mission. And why the fuck do you want me to break them then if you just told me not to fucking break them?
Yeah, like there's one where you break 5 pots, one where you don't break any pots, one where you break all the pots. Then I'm like, do you guys not know how to design a mission?
I think the worst one, in my opinion, is the one with the dinosaur eggs, where you have to put them in the nests.
Oh.
But you have to get like specific like egg shape, specific eggs with patterns and put them in the correct nests, which is completely random, by the way.
You know what's funny? That reminds me a lot of like the one mission in Ice Age 2 where you gotta pick up the eggs as Scrat and you gotta put them in the right vulture's nests.
I think it's been a while since I played that game, so I don't completely remember it. But
It was in like the mud bog where it's like we basically had to pick up the eggs because again like there
oh,
was like vultures that had wrong colored
oh,
eggs
I
and we had to
remember
pick
now.
up the
Yeah,
eggs. We had to
Yeah,
make sure we didn't get caught by the vultures or else they send us back.
I remember that. Yeah.
I think the most annoying thing about the mission layout is that it doesn't really make it clear on which missions are plot important and which ones aren't.
Oh my fucking
Exactly.
god,
Exactly.
Jesus.
Which one? I literally had to watch Clement's playthrough of that game, just trying to figure out which missions I needed to do.
Yeah, because why would you like? I don't. We don't have the patience to deal with all these. Just tell us which ones are important. Like, don't hide it.
You speaking of patience, you actually do need to have a lot of patience in order to, unlock the better abilities throughout the
Which,
game.
which you should have had in the beginning. Like, oh, you can break sooner. Oh, you can jump higher. Bitch, give me those at the beginning. Don't don't make me unlock better mechanics throughout the game. If you make me unlock stuff, make it add to my gameplay experience, not substitute for. Why is the game designed like this?
I think the structure is as bad as Shadow the Hedgehog's.
Jesus, honestly, and about the controls, it's not even just how that Sonic moves forward. In order to do a homing attack, you have to thrust with your remote, but sometimes it just doesn't want to work. It just doesn't want to work. You just thrust it, and you like, or if you thrust it, but you thrust it too late, you're fucked. It's just so fucking
Yep.
annoying. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I'm thrusting it. Why is it not working?
I'm glad Black Knight fixed that to map it to the A button instead.
Yeah, Black Knight did a lot of things right that this game did not, because you can control movement with the control stick too, but in this game, no. You're constantly moving forward. You got to go like left to right by tilting the Wii remote. This was a stupid idea, just a completely stupid idea. Jesus, God.
But I think maybe we can end this off with some positives. The cutscenes were actually pretty nice because this was the first in the storybook series.
Yeah, the storybook aesthetic is actually a really nice touch to the game. That's something I really like about that and Black Knight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
I
the
agree.
cutscenes themselves are like very artistic. They're very colorful looking. Well, I mean, Black Knight does a lot better with the cutscenes because here they're like this this nasty brown color.
They're clearer. Yeah, they're a
Yeah,
lot clearer.
yeah. Black Knight was a definitely substantial improvement. Oh
Yep.
God. And one thing I forgot to mention earlier. Um, I forgot what. Oh yeah, someone mentioned in the chat that the rail grinding was awful because you have to flick the Wii remote left and right, and it hardly ever worked. So,
Oh yes, yes.
You either
and
go in the opposite direction or you overshoot it
yeah, it's like Sonic Heroes, but
Mm-hmm.
worse. Like, how do you make it worse?
by
And like,
adding motion controls for no reason.
yeah, like,
It
and
did.
it's. Go
It
ahead.
did have some. It did have some. I'm reading the chat right now. Poison People says it did have some nice textures. I enjoyed some of the banter between Sonic and Shara. Yeah, I did too. I mean, they did have some pretty good. The dialogue
Dialogue,
was
yeah,
also the
I agree.
cutscenes themselves were actually pretty funny. Actually, a lot of the lines. Like, you can definitely tell this is where Jason Griffith as Sonic is definitely improved in his voice acting.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like in this game, yeah. And another thing I want to mention, like in Sonic 06, the voice acting was also pretty good. So
Yeah, I
compared
mean,
to Shadow the Hedgehog.
there were some
Better
legitimately funny lines in 06.
Yeah.
for the wrong reasons.
But
But yeah,
like I said, in this game though, my favorite lines were either Sonic saying, "It can even open the gate of hell," or when he seals a razor in the fucking lamp, he just goes, "I told you, I'm not a rat. I'm
I'm
a
a hedge.
hedgehog."
what the wisdom of Sinbad and the Seven Seas, the adventurer of adventurers.
Oh god. But yeah, this game's story and dialogue are good. The gameplay is horseshit. It's horseshit. Like at least in Sonic 06 you could control Sonic like somewhat, but in this one you can't. They I don't know how you can make that worse. Like
Yeah,
how?
this is easily a top contender for one of my most hated Sonic games.
Jesus. Like and this is the game that stole resources from Sonic 2006. Because they worked on this game and Sonic 2006 at the same time instead of focusing on just one game, which was supposed to be the 15th anniversary. And look at how that turned out.
Anyway, so now we're out of that game.
Thank God.
What is next?
Sonic Unleashed.
Ooh, this was my
2008.
this game was my entry to the Sonic series.
Oh, really?
I love this game. This game is fucking fantastic.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I do like about it.
Yeah,
So
I have.
let's
Yeah.
start with the story. So it begins with Sonic in space, and this is one of the most badass opening cinematics ever. Like, it starts off Sonic bursting into Eggman's Eggman's egg carrier. Like, Eggman's laughing. He sees Sonic on the deck of the ship. He summons a bunch of robots. Sonic bursts through each single one of them. Eggman decides, you know what, fuck it, I'm taking matters in my own hands. Summons the Egg Dragoon and fucking starts trying to grab Sonic. He grabs Sonic. Sonic smiles at him, turns into Super Sonic, dashes up to Eggman while he's trying to run away. I love Eggman's reaction. He goes, "Oh, time to go!"
That was funny.
He's like, "Oh, nope, time to go!" Oh! He crashes into this little area. Yeah, you see Eggman fly out of the fucking cockpit. Just flop runs with it. Like, Eggman, this is why you need to have seatbelts.
Yeah,
But anyway,
Eggman.
so
Yeah.
then Eggman just goes, "Sonic! I turn a new leaf, I swear! Just give me a chance!" "Oh, this is new. Showing remorse, Eggman?
And
If
then he
you
just.
played nice, I wouldn't have to break all your toys." Eggman hits a button, traps Sonic in this little electric field, zaps the Chaos Emeralds right out of him, uses all the Chaos Emeralds' energy to power up this laser. He fires the laser onto the planet. It shatters the world in pieces. And while this is going on, Sonic's undergoing a transformation. He grows fur. His gloves rip and they reveal claws. His fur is growing darker. It shows in on his teeth. His teeth are getting sharper. He's turned into the werehog.
I thought he was Monkey D. Luffy.
Right? Or
But
Mr. Fantastic.
but anyway, so once the transformation is over, you see this creature crawl out of the Earth's core itself. That is Dark Gaia,
Ugh.
creature that has been sleeping in the Earth for millions and millions of years. Eggman shouts at the Earth because he wants this creature out of there so that way he can conquer the world. Eggman just goes, "It was a success, a brilliant success. And it's just as the Dark Gaia manuscripts foretold. You really done and gone it this time, Eggman. Ooh, Sonic, that's a new look for you. Festive. So long, my friend." Sent Sonic careening out of the egg carrier back onto the planet itself.
Along with the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah, and the
This
Chaos
guy's
Emeralds are
a.
drained of their energy.
And then, yeah, one of his robots later points out that, like, you left the Chaos Emeralds with Sonic.
Which, in case you don't know, is a prototype of Orbot.
No, I think it's the same guy. It's the same guy.
I think so too.
I'm thinking like it's just like I think it's just like I said, I think it's like a proto Orbot in a way.
Let me look it up real quick.
I mean, because I think they say his name is like 5A55 or SAS.
I've never seen that name.
Heard about it, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same robot apparently.
But
they just changed his personality in later
in
games
voice
only.
actor.
Oh, that explains it.
But anyway, so once Sonic careening out of careening into orbit of Earth, he's saved by this weird little shield, and then immediately dropped down, and he crashes right into the fucking side of he crashes right into by a fucking windmill.
Okay, he's not hurt at all.
Doesn't die.
No, he literally lands on his face.
At least he didn't get amnesia like Shadow.
Well, anyway, so once he pulls his face out of the dirt, he sees all the Chaos Emeralds, and yet he sees this one little creature on the ground. He sees it, he goes over to pick it up, and that thing is basically going to be our companion for the rest of this game. Meet Chip, a weird little creature who somehow forgotten who he was, what's going on. And basically, Sonic thinks he may or may not have landed on him. But we'll see later that Chip actually does play out more of an important role than we thought.
Yeah.
So they decide. So the sun rises. Sonic changes out of the Werehog form back to his regular self. Chip then teaches Sonic the basics of the combat and gameplay. Then we meet finding ourselves in Apatos. Basically, Sonic just starts questioning like, what the fuck happened? What was with the hair and the arms and the teeth? Like what the fuck was that? Like he starts going like, look at the Chaos Emeralds, they're all drained. And Chip then finds a man selling ice cream, and that's where Chip gets his name, because of some kind of ice cream.
Yeah, that's true.
So then Sonic basically goes around asking people like, "Oh, hey, have you seen this guy? Do you know who this guy is?" And basically goes around the entire town asking for it. They didn't get any answers. Then night falls. Then Sonic then transforms back into his Werehog form. But this time around, people are acting strange. People are like depressed. Like they weren't depressed earlier, but now they're all depressed. Then the guy drops his ice cream. Sonic reaches out for the ice cream. His arm stretches. He realized, oh, this could be a valuable skill, because Sonic's arms are apparently stretchy now as a Werehog.
It makes perfect sense. I'm not going to question it.
I feel like what it is, I feel like it's probably the Dark Gaia energy in Sonic, because remember that he did get some of Dark Gaia's energy in him. That's why he's turned into this beast at night.
Yeah.
But anyway, he goes around, and then he finds Tails basically huddled in a corner, fucking terrified of these weird Dark Gaia creatures. He runs away screaming for Sonic. Sonic goes in, saves Tails. Tails basically explains, oh, the planet split apart. I think what we need to do is we need to go find Professor Pickle over in Spagonia, because he might have the answer to what's going on. So they go to Spagonia, and apparently the professor's been kidnapped. Then they go to Missouri and rescue the professor.
From a whole pack of robots!
Oh yeah, from a whole pack of robots! Professor Pickle then explains, like, oh, that creature that came out of the Earth is Dark Gaia. The only way we're going to get Dark Gaia back into the Earth itself is to restore the 7 Chaos Emeralds. And once Sonic gets his mission, he then carries it out, going through all these different continents, like
Based
Alaska,
on real applications.
like you got like China, Alaska, New York, like some kind of Greece, India, so basically any kind of like cultural location. Goes around going through visiting these little temples, which can restore the Chaos Emerald's energy and puts the Earth back where it was basically puts the Earth back together. So he does this throughout all these different areas. He gets a little camera from Pickle. Actually, I know this is not really that important, but I'm bringing this up. He gets a camera from Pickle, which can basically perform an exorcism on those who've been acting funny for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why she's here.
Yeah, Amy's just here all of a sudden.
Yeah.
She then confuses the Werehog Sonic for Sonic. But
All right.
then again, it is actually Sonic, so she actually is kind of right for once.
Yeah.
Oops.
But anyway, so once Sonic does that, he basically goes back around, go to restore different Chaos Emeralds and put the world back to normal. So once he restores the 6th Chaos Emerald in Adabat, Chip then gets sucked into the wall. And basically, then after that, he then remembers who he was. Light Gaia. Basically, the light to Dark Gaia.
Chip's more fun, more interesting to say.
But yeah, Chip then reveals that he was the light side of Dark Gaia. That basically they've been duking out for millions and millions of years. Man prematurely woke him up. That's why Chip didn't remember who he was, because Eggman's premature wake up call.
Okay.
Then they decided to go to the final emerald, which is in Eggman Land. Eggman finally built his masterpiece. The one thing he's been wanting to do for many years throughout these Sonic games is to build Eggman Land, which now he did in this
Robotnik Land. I'm joking.
No, fucking Eggman Land. But anyway, he decides to finally built Eggman Land, his prize achievement. And so Sonic and Chip basically go throughout Eggman Land to find where the temple is. They find the temple because apparently Eggman built this giant amusement park on top of the fucking shrine. And they finally get the last emerald restored, and as soon as the planet piece is going back into place, Eggman ambushes Sonic Sonic and Chip with the new creation, or as Eggman calls it, my Super Hyper Ultra Prototype 1, or AKA,
which was also used in the opening cutscene,
or AKA the Egg Dragoon. But then Sonic beats the shit out of it. Like I said earlier, with Sonic punching the freaking cockpit of it, chucks it into space. Eggman tries to tell Dark Gaia to kick Sonic to the curb and send him back out to the outer limits of space. Dark Gaia betrays him, like fucking chaos, and sends Eggman flying back out into space.
Dumbass.
Eggman, you need to learn to control your demonic monsters a lot better.
Yeah, dude.
He was only able to successfully do that once.
Only once.
Yeah.
But anyway, once that happens, Dark Gaia then strips Sonic away from the Werehog. Like, he strips the Werehog right out of Sonic.
Yeah.
Basically leaving Sonic weak. Chip then summons all the shrines, where we sealed every single Chaos Emerald. He summons all these shrine pieces to turn into this giant Gaia Colossus.
Go Power Rangers!
do, 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 do. But they go to fight Dark Gaia. They then realize that Dark Gaia then transforms into perfect Dark Gaia. And then it requires Sonic to turn it into a super form, which honestly I feel like that was the best super transformation I've seen, because like how like this is how you do a Dark Sonic game right.
Maybe yeah. I'm gonna be the odd man out and say I don't like the final boss that much.
I don't mind it, but basically then Sonic has to go take out the shields and to be able to reach Dark Gaia himself by tagging these little snake heads that keep popping out of the shield. He then basically has to go help Chip out while Chip's getting freaking ambushed by Dark Gaia. And then you gotta mash the X button 50 times.
Yeah. Hope you're a good button masher.
But then, basically after that, then Chip basically punches the shit out of Dark Gaia, leaving Sonic open for the final blow, and he'll charge right in Dark Gaia's eye and defeats this creature, sending it back into the depths of its slumber.
Yeah.
And then after that, the world's saved. Sonic then transforms out of Super Transformation weak. Chip catches him. Chip then goes, Sonic, you must live. Sends Sonic out of the core. Sends him back down, tumbling to Earth, basically sacrificing himself to save Sonic.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
And so once Sonic then tumbles back down to Earth again, a la the beginning of Sonic Unleashed, Sonic then finds a bracelet that was on Chip. He puts it on his arm, sees Tails flying by, and then runs alongside him. And that's where the game ends.
Yeah, we should note that, yeah, it was brought up in the comments, but there are technically 3 versions of Sonic Unleashed.
There is the Wii version, the Wii/PS2 version. There's the HD version for the Xbox PS3, and there's also a mobile version of the game.
Don't bother. It sucks.
I know.
I didn't even know it existed, to be honest.
You're not missing anything.
But now that we're done with the story, let's talk about the gameplay.
Oh wait, before we do that, someone brought up a good point in the chat. Like, the Earth is in pieces, and yet not a lot of people seem to care.
I noticed that. I remember that too in the Unleashed. I'm like, guys, do you not see how the fucking Earth is split apart? Do you guys not care?
I know.
Well,
and
if you do talk to the townspeople, some people are aware of it, but nobody really does anything.
yeah, like they're aware of it, but it's just like, oh, whatever. Okay, perfect. Makes perfect sense.
Sonic will save us.
And what else is funny is that Sonic is all like, I need to be careful about who sees me like this, and then nothing's done with that.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's like, Sonic, why'd say... But anyway, the gameplay. So there's 2 different modes in this game. There's the daytime sections, and there's the nighttime stuff. Daytime stuff is your typical Sonic moves fast, smashes badniks, and other kinds of robots and shit. This time around, Sonic actually has a speed boost.
Think of it like Sonic Rush, only in 3D.
But yeah, now Sonic now has a dash button where he can boost at high speed, smashing into every single robot. Any kind of robot that stands in his path. Sonic still has like a little homing attack, which for some reason, actually, the homing attack is mapped to the same button as the air dash.
Why? Why would you do that? Why? What reason is there to do that?
That was stupid.
Yeah, it really was. And then now, since we got daytime shit out of the way, then we got the Werehog sections. Basically, little beat-em-up platformers where you beat the shit out of the little Dark Gaia monsters or Eggman's robots, or it's just like a whole pack of robots with the Werehog's weird giant fucking arms. You can get these little orbs that can upgrade Sonic's his strength, gives him new combos, his health, his unleash meter, which is basically like a big giant, like it makes Sonic invincible, but it also makes him stronger.
Yeah.
And then there's also shields, which honestly I don't really bother with.
Yeah, Sonic Unleashed brought in plus several new gameplay mechanics. So the bounce attack is replaced by the stomp, and you can
Sonic has the light speed dash, which is now mapped to the Y button, which is honestly thank fucking God for that, because now it's that mapped to a button where it's just like, oh, you roll off a fucking cliff, good for you, you're dead.
Yeah, because in Sonic 06, they mapped 4 fucking actions to the same button. And I'm like, you had 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons that you could have used. Why the fuck would you map that many actions to the same button? For Sonic.
Yeah, one major issue I have with Sonic Unleashed is that as pretty as the game looks, like I'll give it
It has
credit.
a it chugs.
Yeah, the optimization is pretty bad on consoles.
For example,
Like
take Adabat Day. One section where you're running on water when there's buildings collapsing, the game fucking stutters.
yeah, it's
Wow.
not yeah, it's not just the daytime levels, but a lot of the nighttime levels in which you're fighting a lot of the same enemies, and you get to see a lot of particle effects and stuff. That's where it's at its worst. And for some reason, the some of the hub stages lag pretty badly.
Also, another thing, the werehog, when you're fighting,
Oh, yeah, I hate that. Like the song itself is fine, but why does it have to play every single time?
Yeah,
Like, couldn't
you
you?
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Why couldn't they just add like a separate battle theme for like each level or something?
Yeah,
Or at
exactly.
least play it through the more like intimidating bosses.
Yeah, like it's kind of annoying hearing that same theme over and over and over and over and over again. And speaking of the stuttering, the slowdowns, I forgot to mention that in Sonic 06, those happen too, but especially on the PS3 version.
Yeah,
So, Jesus.
and
And the
and
loading
that
times are
another game that
and that
the other thing the HD version of Unleashed does. You need to collect a certain variety of sun and moon medals in order to progress through levels. The game does not tell you about this.
yeah, that is probably one of the worst one of my least favorite aspects of the game. They're expecting me to collect medals in a game where half of it involves moving so fast it's very easy to miss them.
yeah, like that's honestly part of the reason why I stopped playing at one point. I'm just like,
Because
no.
I remember when I first got the game. Because remember, like I said, this was my first exposure to it. I thought those things were only for like an optional shit. I got the Chun Nan, and then I realized, oh, that is not optional.
Yeah, like why would you I know you need to pad out your game, but don't do it like this. Please. It's like SpongeBob the movie game. Stop doing that shit. It's annoying.
Other than that, I honestly think it's a solid Sonic title. Like I said, this is my favorite Sonic game of all time, actually.
Yeah,
I
the
think
thing.
the game is.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go. No, you let me go
Oh,
ahead. I'll let you go ahead this time.
oh, okay. Well, the thing about this game is that it has a lot of mixed reactions in the community. Some people like it, some people hate it, some people don't just find it meh. It's just polarizing. Especially with the versions, like the AC versions and the non-AC versions have their pluses and minuses.
For example, okay, so I'm gonna bring up something I found in the fucking Wii version. If you barely tap that fucking stick twice, Werehog Sonic will fucking dash when you don't want him to.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know
I
why
don't
they
like the
did
dash
that.
mech. Yeah, I don't
That,
like why they did that.
yeah, that's why I prefer the HD one better because they map the run button to the triggers.
Which is what they should have done for the Wii version, like map it to a different button.
Like especially if you're gonna be playing with a GameCube controller, which I'm sure anyone would do,
Yeah,
map it to like the L and the R triggers.
I
it's just
honestly don't like how I honestly don't like that. They decided to map it to the button inputs. It's honestly more natural to do the attacks with the Wii Remote and nunchucks, but
Oh yeah, about that with the attacks in the Wii version. You gotta attack with the triggers if you're playing with the GameCube one. Why not just have it on the actual buttons themselves?
I honestly don't know. And another
that's why
thing. Oh, go ahead.
I prefer on the HD version where they map it to the X and Y button.
And
yeah, I'm
another thing.
honestly mixed.
Oh, well, go ahead.
I'm mixed on both versions of the game. Like, they both have a lot of things I like, but they have a lot of things I dislike about them.
And speaking of
Like,
that, like there's another thing. So regarding the Werehog, in the HD versions, it's just one long stage, and in the non-HD versions, it's three shorter, but kind of lengthy stages.
Or an Eggman Land. Well, no, they start to 3, then they expand to 4, and in Eggman Land there are 5.
Like, why that many? Why that many? And yet few daytime stages.
The Werehog level in the HD version has one massive level, or while the HD version just has multiple shorter ones. So they honestly feel about as long, and longer
I
than the
honestly,
daytime levels.
I
Yeah.
honestly do not mind that in the Werehog sections in the HD version. The length
Like,
does really not worry me that much because again, when it comes to the games, I love exploring shit. Like I know I'm supposed to be playing at Sonic, I'm meant to go fast, but I mean it's nice every once in a while, just to slow down and admire the environment.
yeah, like I like how the HD version handled it more. Yeah, the levels were longer, but you just had one to do compared to the
Yeah,
multiple ones in the non-HD versions, which I'm like, I did not want to touch this anymore. I'm like,
it's
no.
Yeah.
easier to get the medals in the Werehog sections because I mean you get 10 sun medals per Werehog stage.
Yeah, but that's if you're going out of your way to explore them. And
Yeah,
it does make some levels drag on longer than they should.
because you know what's funny? I remember playing it once, and I was playing Eggman Land, and I somehow got an A rank on that fucking stage.
Yes, yeah. Even though you're probably going to spend a long amount of time beating it, like it's pretty possible to beat that level in about 20 minutes, like even at your
Yeah,
best.
yeah, exactly. I think as long for people, I remember people say, "Oh, Eggman Land, it's like takes you like an hour." It only took me like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah, that
about as long as a regular Werehog stage.
yeah. I think the game, yeah. The level just kicks your ass your first time. Like I literally had to put the game down for it took me a good couple of weeks to beat Eggman Land on my first playthrough.
Damn.
And I was trying to find the collectibles in the stages on top of that.
Wow.
But but yeah, I mean, I think Unleashed is a pretty solid Sonic title. I mean, especially after the shit we went through with '06 and Secret Rings and Shadow, it's a nice step up from what we just went through with the other Sonic games.
Yeah, at least was a
Yeah,
step in the right direction.
yeah.
So now
I
it's on
can't
to
s- I can say the game does have a lot of production values. Like that's probably one thing I can really admire about it, even with my mixed opinions on it.
it's one of the best looking Sonic games ever made.
It really is. Like, it just looks really nice. I'm always impressed with the cutscenes and the regular in-game graphics too. It just looks really nice.
Like yeah, it chugs, but honestly, I don't care. I mean, the game looks fine. Honestly, for me though, when it comes to frame rate, it doesn't matter for me. I don't care.
Well, I can tolerate it as long as it doesn't like get too bad to where it gets in the way of my
Like as long
enjoy.
as it doesn't, as long as it doesn't turn into an app, it doesn't just stop. That the game doesn't just stop because of the frame rate being so shitty. It honestly does not matter for me if the frame rate slows down a bit.
Yeah, as long as it's not like as long as it's not a lot. Like, if it's just temporary, like if it's not a lot, then it's not a big deal compared. It's just compared to
I,
'06 on the PS3. Oh God.
I wouldn't really mind seeing this game get released on better hardware.
Like a
Yeah.
PS4 and Xbox One.
As long as yeah, as long
I
as
mean,
they
actually, it is on the Xbox One. Actually, it got re-released.
oh
Yeah, but it didn't really get any Xbox One enhancements though.
yeah, it should have had enhancements.
I mean, I would like to see maybe getting like a Steam port or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
along
it
with
did a
some
lot for generations.
yeah.
So
But anyway, now that game's out of the way, I think now what we got next is Black Knight.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah, as far as main console titles, anyway.
Okay, so Sonic and the Black Knight. This is a huge, huge improvement over Secret Rings.
Definitely.
Just from the fact that I can use analog control.
And the homing attack's mapped to a button.
So basically, what happens is we see it opened up with this little. I forgot her name, like this wizard lady,
Merlina?
Merlina. It starts out with her running away from King Arthur, or I should say the Black Knight. It starts with her it basically chanting something, and then we see a portal open up in the sky. Then we see Sonic fall right through it. We see Sonic fall through it with like 2 chili dogs coming out with him. It's like what the poor Sonic? He was just trying to enjoy his day. All of a sudden, portal in the floor. Shit.
Yeah. Like, it was just so random. Like, where did those come from? Must have caught you at a bad time.
But anyway, Sonic falls, and he fucking literally face plants into the fucking dirt, a la Sonic Unleashed.
Yeah.
And this was actually Jason Griffith's last performance as Sonic before Roger Craig Smith took over.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, so then Sonic sees himself in this new world. He sees freaking the Black Knight. He's like, oh, this looks like a new challenge. Let me take him on. He tries to dash towards the Black Knight. Freaking Merlina grabs him, holds him back, and yanks him back into a portal and teleports him away.
Why'd you do that? I had a chili dog back there, you bitch.
Also, fun fact about the voice actors from what I looked up. Merlina is actually voiced by Clementine from the Walking Dead.
Yeah, I did realize that.
And also King Arthur is also voiced by Kenny in the same game.
Wait, really? I did not know that one.
Yeah, that's Kenny. That's Kenny.
Huh. Cool.
So yeah, we got 2 Walking Dead cast members in this. Also, we also did see the some of the other Sonic cast now as knights. I think Shadow's Lancelot. Knuckles is Sir Gawain.
I forgot, yeah.
And Blaze is
Percival.
Percival. There's Percival, Gawain, and Lancelot.
Yeah, and you have to fight them at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, Gavin Hammond. He does play Kenny.
Yep,
yeah, I had to look that up.
Yeah, that's the Black Knight's Kenny.
Okay, moving on.
Anyway, so Sonic's basically asking, like, why did you stop me? I could have had the guy. And Merlina basically goes, no, you couldn't have. Because that knight was King Arthur. Basically corrupted by something. The game doesn't really explain what he got corrupted by. So then Merlina basically tells Sonic, oh, if you're going to have any chance of standing up with this Black Knight, you need a sword. So Sonic then runs around to go see if he can find a new sword, and he runs into Excalibur.
Caliburn.
Caliburn, that's right. So he runs into Caliburn, and it's a talking sword. That basically rips on Sonic a lot of the time by calling him Dave the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I legitimately love the banter between Sonic and Caliburn.
Yeah, Caliburn would call him.
What is the problem? What is the problem? I think I'm holding it.
I think I'm holding it.
Then at one point, Caliburn's like, "Fool, bow your head." It's just their banter was pretty good.
Yeah, I love the little banter between Sonic and Caliburn.
Yeah.
So they try to take on the Black Knight. It does not work. And Caliburn basically tells Sonic, "Oh, by my edge is dull. I need to go visit a blacksmith. We need to go visit a blacksmith to get my edges sharpened.
And guess who the blacksmith
So
is?
if you guess Tails, you're right.
I was
Yeah, now
hoping for Eggman.
that one was actually kind of neat to see Eggman being a blacksmith. Like, oh, hello there, worthy travelers. But no, it's Tails. I don't remember what the blacksmith's name was.
He's just blacksmith.
But yeah, Tails is the blacksmith. Then I'm just gonna say Tails. So I feel like it's a little more convenient for me to say Tails than the blacksmith. So Tails sharpens Caliburn, and they decide to go on their way to go defeat King Arthur. So then they go around the areas, defeating the Knights of the Round Table, each of them. So they start off with Shadow, aka Lancelot. I think Sonic says something funny. I don't remember what he says about he's talking about Shadow. He's like, "Oh, yep, typical Shadow." And then once he's done with that, he goes off to fight Sir Gawain. And at the end of the fight, Knuckles almost tries to off himself.
I know. Oh, I remember that. Oh man.
He's like, I just.
And then Sonic just slaps
I've shown dishonor. I must end it all. Like, Jesus Christ, Knuckles.
I know, it's like the edge, man. And then Sonic just slaps his sword away. It's like, dude, calm the fuck down.
Jesus Christ. So after that, he goes after Lord from Percival, and it basically fights Percival. Percival almost falls off the edge into a volcano. Sonic saves her, and then after that, now that we take care of the Knights of the Round Table, we now have to go after King Arthur himself. So we go after King Arthur. He defeats King Arthur, but that's not the end of the story yet. Merlina then decides to pull a traitor move on us and betrays Sonic. It's like, oh no, I'm the real bad guy all along.
She basically wants to create a kingdom that will never ever die.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because when you see early, there was a bit of foreshadowing earlier where she was obsessed with not dying.
That's right. I remember. So then it's up to Sonic, Gawain, Percival, and Lancelot to stop Merlina from taking over. Basically, I'm trying to remember what I think they had to kill a bunch of dragons or some shit.
One of the levels that they go through involves taking out a dragon, but I don't think it's mandatory in order to get to the thing.
Basically, they had to go through all this to reach Merlina. So they reach Merlina, but I think Caliburn gets snapped. Caliburn basically sacrifices himself. And then Sonic then goes through another transformation. It's basically the Super Sonic of this game, where he gets golden armor, Caliburn gets revived as Excaliburn.
Yeah.
Sonic then goes up to fight Merlina himself, and just basically slashes her up, and then he basically says, after that, he defeats Merlina, basically tells Merlina, no, you can't have a kingdom that lasts forever. It's just not that possible.
And I know it's sad, but, it's like, that's why you gotta live life to the fullest. That's what he says, something like that.
I love that song that was playing, Live Life. That song is actually a pretty great one.
Yeah, it's a nice little break from the usually more upbeat
it's another great
Sonic melody.
It's another great Crush 40 track.
Yeah.
But then after that, we get the post-credit scene, which I find fucking hilarious. Sonic gets out of the book. Amy's there, and she's pissed because apparently Sonic forgot their date.
Again.
And Unleashed, she brings up the fact that Sonic says that he's gonna go on a date with her once this whole shit is over, because this has to take place after Unleashed. So, and Amy gets pissed. You hear Sonic go, "No, Amy, please put down the hammer!" Geez, Sonic, you mustn't really pissed her off that bad. And then the game ends after that.
Yeah, and I remember that there was a scene like right before Sonic gets out of the book where the Knights of the Round Table are bowing to him, and Sonic saw like, "Don't do that."
Like, come on.
Yeah, I always thought that part. Yeah, I thought that scene where Sonic was considered King Arthur kind of silly.
But I mean, hey, it's Sonic, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's the
But
story.
but now onto the gameplay. The gameplay is a big improvement. No longer do you have to hold the Wiimote to the side. You have a nunchuck attachment. You can now move with the control stick. I mean, it's still automated, but you can actually still move Sonic left, right, up, down.
Yeah,
And the Wii
No
remote,
break.
in the
yeah,
Wii
no
remote
break.
though, the only thing motion control can do is use it to slash the sword. That's all you do.
And in certain quick time
Yeah.
events where you have to slash against your opponent's sword. That's really
Yes.
all.
Otherwise, every single button, including the jump button, jump is mapped to the A button, which is nice. It's no longer just flick the Wii remote.
Yeah, or hold down one or whatever stupid shit you had to do in Secret Rings.
The cutscenes are a lot better in this game too. I mean, it still has that storybook aesthetic, but it's a lot more colorful.
Yeah, the other one was kind of washed out, which it was a bit of a stylistic thing, but I like how they did it here, where it's just more vibrant
Yeah.
to look at.
In regards to the motion controls, I'm at least glad you're doing more than just shaking the Wii remote in the same direction because you can actually pull off different combos besides just like
Like
the usual.
Yeah,
there's the if you slash it up and down, you do like an up and down combo. If you slash it left to right, you do like a left to right combo.
Yeah, if you like if you like tilt the analog stick back while swinging it, you'll do some sort of uppercut swing. It's pretty helpful against the bosses, and you can also do a forward thrust.
Yeah, makes it feel like you're actually swinging a sword.
yeah,
Yeah.
certainly better than the hot mess that was Secret Rings. But to
Yep.
be honest, I honestly barely remember the gameplay, so I can't really comment much on it. So I'm like, I barely remember it for some reason.
I haven't played in a while, so that's why I was like trying to make sure I was remembering pieces of the story right.
Yeah, but you still have to, well, you still can unlock like better abilities, but at least I was willing to put up with it in Black Knight. In fact, I actually 100% of the game. But I actually was willing to put up with trying to master the game and unlock the highest achievements for everything. Like,
Yeah, in this game, there's actually a reason to do that. So,
Yep. Unlike Secret Rings, where it's like, oh, you do this, this, and this. Good luck.
it's like, wow, you get better braking. Thank you.
and you can, yeah, and it does take a bit to actually like you can talk to the blacksmith so that you can forge different weapons.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
Like,
forgot. Yeah, it's like you get like better equipment for Sonic, Wayne,
Oh
Percival,
yeah.
or Lancelot.
I think my favorite is next to Sonic. Mine is favorite is probably Lancelot. Like, I like
Same.
Lancelot's weapon, like his ultimate weapon. Like it allows him to use like a chaos spear from a distance, and he can also use chaos blast.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
I mean, there
it's
is Silver Souls in this game too. If like you gotta unlock him, but it's like you get to fight him. Actually, you get to fight like a weird version of Silver.
No, not in the main course. He's only available in multiplayer.
Oh yeah, this game has a
I thought
multiplayer.
I thought he was available in like I thought you get to like fight him or something like a bonus fight.
No, you're talking about another Lancelot fight.
Oh,
Yeah, there is an extra fight with Lancelot in which he is a lot stronger than his initial one, and he used all the abilities I mentioned before.
but yeah, if you do that, you get to unlock Silver's knight form.
And Jet, for some reason, has one too.
Chip?
Not Chip, Jet.
Oh,
Jet?
Jet. Why
Wow.
Jet?
Yeah, why? It's weird. Um, Forgot to mention the party mode in Sonic and the Secret Rings, which was okay, but not anything compared to Mario Party. So that's
And for some reason, you can only use the GameCube controller in this mode.
why didn't they
Well,
just
you
do
can.
it?
Yeah, I don't know.
God,
But I mean, that's just party mode stuff. It's not really all that important.
yeah,
I don't know. Black
But
Knight sort of had a multiplayer as well.
yeah,
yeah.
It's nothing too engaging. It's just a
I
battle
guess you're,
royale with.
yeah, it's just like slash up a bunch of random enemies and that's it.
I barely remember it, to be honest. I think I attempted it once, but I can't remember. Like, I don't remember
I've
much of
never
the
played
game.
it. I've never played
I
it
th-
once.
but this the last game in the storybooks series. I mean, well, for now anyway. It depends if they're ever gonna do this again.
Doubt it.
Oh, it'd
Yeah,
be
But
nice, but
we'll see. We'll see. If they do, they do.
yeah.
anyway, now on to the next game. I believe is Colors.
Oh wait, before we do that, um, is there anything that you guys don't like about the Black Knight? Because I can't
Um,
remember the gameplay, so I can't say much.
Honestly, I think some missions are good, but I feel like some of them are just kind of annoying. It kind of has that secret rings problem. Some of them are just a little too annoying.
Yeah, and if you're trying to get the highest like ranking, you have to do some missions over and over again until you get all the followers needed to get the rank. And like Tan said, some missions are pretty irritating, especially if you don't know certain abilities that can
Yep.
help you in the long run.
True, although
But
at least it's not as bad as, you know.
secret rings. Anyway, now I think it's Sonic Colors now.
Yeah,
Yes.
This
released in 2010.
the first game that had Roger Craig Smith as Sonic.
Technically, that was Free Riders, but that's for another time.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't mind Roger as Sonic. I really don't.
Yeah, I grew
Actually,
accustomed to his voice.
Yeah,
I can actually say I liked Roger's Sonic from the start.
yeah, same here
Like,
actually.
It
I will
took me
say
to
I do.
get. Go ahead.
Yeah, me and Blue are actually kind of on the same page there because I like Sonic's new voice. It made him sound a little more mature.
yeah,
Yeah, to be honest, it took me a while to get used to it, but yeah, now I'm fond of it. It works for him. Definitely
Yeah,
works.
it definitely has that cocky side that Sonic has.
Yeah.
You want to let me out of here so you can so we can settle this? Oh wait, no. Oh, you hate fun.
that was technically Forces, but yeah,
I know, but it's just
we were
or
just talking about Roger. But still,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Do you want to hear order of clobbering? I have an extra order of clobbering here. I can't take it back. All right, it looks like you asked for it. I hope you're hungry.
I remember that.
I think that was
okay,
supposed to be. I think that was supposed to be a rip on Roger because Roger did actually do some Pizza Hut ads.
yes,
Oh, that
Yeah,
explains it.
yeah, because Roger did do some Pizza Hut ads.
Before we continue, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, Baldy McNose hair. I gotta remember that one.
and he doesn't until like 2 games later.
Yeah, Lost World.
Okay, BRB.
Yeah, I got a pee too. I'll be right back too.
I'll just be in the in here.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Not only do you ruin my plans, but you also ruin my speeches. I worked hard on them. I also love his voice cameo in Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah. No, it's me. It's me. June and Blue are taking a bit of a restroom break. I like Colors on the Wii. I didn't play a whole lot because I was a big Sonic fan. Yeah, I think the Wii version of Colors is actually, to me, I feel like it's the best version of the game. I mean, I know a lot of people say they think Colors is the best version, that the DS version was the best one. I don't know. I find the Wii one a lot better.
All right, I'm back.
Alrighty.
This tan or blue? Blue Wolf, you said you had something to say to me? I'm waiting.
I mean, that was fine. That's fine then. I mean, if you prefer the DS version of Colors, that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I think both are fine. I think both are equally fine.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I haven't played DS, but I've seen some footage.
Yeah, I had this. Yeah, I had this game when it first came out as well, and I've been playing it a lot since then because it's actually pretty accessible.
Mhm.
Also, Faker, I think you're the fake blue around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my fake.
Oh my heed those words.
You have no right to say that. There's nobody named Tan around here, or TanMan, or something along those lines.
Wait. Oh wait, what do you mean I didn't read your message?
Do, 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 do.
What message do you mean?
This is
What comment are you talking about, Alex?
Did you read my
Okay, I am back.
Okay. But anyway, Sonic Colors. It starts out with Sonic and Tails on the heading into the Eggman's new amusement park, and Tails kind of figured something was off. Sonic's like, most likely, but I mean, hey, it doesn't stop us from having fun. So Tails and Sonic basically run around the amusement park for a bit. Sonic then runs into a this alien creature, while with these two robots chasing after it. Sonic stops the two robots from trying to capture it, and the alien goes into Sonic and gives him a new ability, which this is the new power-ups for this game, the Wisps.
Yeah.
And that's about it as far as storytelling, because compared to the previous games, Sonic Colors' plot is pretty simple. Yeah.
It's
And
basically Eggman trying to take over the world by basically he has this little mind control thing that like it runs on the hyper Gohan energy of these alien creatures.
Yeah,
Eggman also has his new companions Orbot and Cubot.
well, one of them.
yeah, one of them anyway.
Well, yeah, we did have Orbot and Sonic Unleashed, but I mean this is Orbot's new improved form,
Yeah.
which is voiced by Kirk Thornton, aka Shadow.
You got this, Sonic.
You got this, Sonic.
Yeah,
But
as TanMan mentioned before, this, along with Free Riders, was one of the first few games to feature the current cast that have been voicing them for almost 10 years. The longest English cast for any Sonic game.
Oh wow.
yeah,
They're like, we
I mean,
love these
I mean,
voices.
you can definitely tell this was Kirk's first time voicing Shadow because his voicing generation is a little shaky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least his voice did get better over time.
Yeah. It was pretty good in Forces.
Yeah. Don't
I
show
mean,
your weak, pathetic face around me ever again.
I am not. Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
yeah, we'll
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 talk
get
about we'll get that soon.
to.
But anyway, so basically, Eggman's trying to take over the world by mind controlling them with the aliens' hyper go on energy. Sonic and Tails go throughout each of the Wisp's home planets to break chains that are holding these planets together. In doing so, like I said, freed the aliens' worlds from Eggman's control.
Yeah, because he was enslaving them.
Yeah,
Like
kind
right,
of like how he was enslaving the animals in the Genesis game. So,
Yeah.
like yeah, you see here that Eggman is actually not giving a fuck. This is one of the times where Eggman's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going all out.
Yeah, he's just getting more and more ruthless.
Honestly, I find Eggman the funniest fucking parts of this game. I think I gloated so hard I pulled a muscle.
That and the announcements he makes over the end.
Oh my god, the announcements. Oh, the fucking PA announcements are so fucking funny.
please refrain from throwing to something or small children into the something. I don't remember all the
Or,
PA announcements.
Yeah, but they were funny.
okay, who wrote this? You did, sir. Oh, right. Or the one where he's talking about like the spikes of the roller coaster. Of course there's spikes. The roller coaster has nothing but spikes. Wait, wait. My what? My what is still on? Because he fucking let the mic on.
That's just like Dr. Eggman. God.
Or at the very end of it, where so basically Sonic goes around destroying more of Eggman's control. He then fights Dr. Eggman himself, who has been using the hypergone energy from the aliens to power up his new robot, which we'll see a weird rendition of in Forces, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, but going into the well, actually, instead of going into the gameplay, let's talk about the environments. Like,
They're very fucking pretty for the Wii.
Yeah, they are.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
literally, I'm not kidding. The fucking sweet, like the world made of like food and shit, legitimately made me hungry.
yeah,
Like I saw all those burgers and pancakes, I was like, oh my god, I can go for a fucking hamburger right now.
Hope the game's not
yep,
promoting gaining weight.
yeah. We also didn't talk much about the music throughout the games, but I
very,
really do.
very
Uh,
space like.
yeah,
In this one, yeah, they are. Very much
And again, it
so.
would make sense. It makes sense because again, we are in space.
Yeah, and they're
yeah,
they're generally pretty good. Like,
Yeah, I love
yeah.
like I love the orchestral track for the theme song "Reach for the Stars" when you're fighting Eggman.
I like the main orchestral theme in general, like the one that plays in the title screen and during
Oh
the
yeah.
credits.
Da, 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 da.
yeah, that
Like
was a
I'm,
pretty good theme.
Yeah, a lot of the music in this game is fucking excellent.
And you could say that about many of most of the Sonic games here, except for a few.
But uh, but I love that one bit though near the end of Eggman's fight, where like Eggman's like weak, like you see him upside down in his cockpit. You hear the one of his announcements going off. You hear Eggman just go, "Oh, shut up!"
I remember
Like he's getting
that.
he gets annoyed by his own fucking PA announcement.
It's like, this is what you have to deal with.
now with fish.
Oh yeah. Now go to the bucket of sushi. Now with fish.
And Tails tasted it, and then he said, "His cruelty knows no bounds."
Oh, that was fucking funny. It's like I grabbed a bite of the bucket of sushi.
And the verdict?
His cruelty knows no bounds.
That was funny. Um,
Yeah,
I guess we
going
can
into
just,
the
yeah, the
going
gameplay.
into the going into the gameplay itself, it basically brings back the boost gameplay from Sonic Unleashed. Albeit it is with
A
it's they
bit
do
different.
spice things up with the addition of the wisp powers in, because the game was mostly designed with playing with the Wii remote in mind. Most of
I mean,
Sonic's movesets are limited to certain sections,
Yeah.
like quick
I just use
stepping.
the GameCube controller.
Yeah, I have too, but honestly, the Wii and nunchuck combo's not too bad.
Yeah, it ain't. I remember playing with it once.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only time you really use motion controls is if you're activating a wisp powers. That's
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, it's you can just use it has the same thing with like Black Knight did, where it's like the only motion controls you needed are just for either slashing a sword or using your wisp.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone said red rings kind of suck. I disagree. I'd rather go through red rings in the current games over like going through the sun and moon mountains and Unleash, because I feel those levels were better designed for collecting them, and plus they're optional. So
I mean, yeah, you don't have to collect them, so you can just easily bypass it. I mean, only thing you really get out of it is Supersonic, and Supersonic's really not needed in this game.
Yeah, so you could just skip the red rings. You can't skip the medals, but you can. I mean, in the AC version, but you can skip the red rings. So.
yeah, there's also common complaints that Sonic Colors has too many 2D sections, and yeah, that is true. The game does have a lot of 2D platforming, but I honestly wasn't too bothered by that.
Yeah, me
It's,
either.
yeah, especially since I think this game has more of an emphasis on platforming, so that's kind of why. So.
I mean,
In a way, it is kind of like paying respects to its classic days.
Yeah.
and plus the game is a platformer at its core, so
Yeah.
Oh, another thing Sonic has now. Sonic has a double jump.
yes,
Yeah. He
which
does.
I'm honestly glad they implemented. Like it has saved me from death note more often than not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh
It's not a bad feature.
shit! My fucking dogs are acting up again.
Yeah,
They always
but
do, they always do this.
Yeah, but in regards to 2D and 3D, I do feel there it does focus a little too much on the 2D sections, which I think was done better in Generations as far as 2D and 3D, but it didn't really bother me that much in Colors. I mean,
Me either.
Yeah.
if you look at Sonic Unleashed by itself, like the daytime levels by itself, I mean,
We're
they
2D.
mostly have those games had 2D as well, like more 2D than 3D as well. Like most of the 3D in that game was from the Werehog.
And the 3D in the daytime stages were mostly just make sure you quick step out of the way of something.
Yeah, most of it was basically just doing the same thing just with a different camera angle.
I mean, I honestly, like I said, if anything, it's just paying respects to its classic days.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will admit the platforming sections can get a bit blocky at points, like a little too slow paced. But
Yeah,
True.
basically like Sonic 1's Labyrinth Zone in that regards, but I didn't hate Labyrinth Zone, and I didn't hate it in Colors either.
Yeah. I found the platforming overall just all right. Like I didn't mind it. And
yeah.
yeah, one thing I should mention is the game's length. Like you could
Yeah,
beat it in one
like
sitting.
I mean, yeah. Didn't you guys beat it in one sitting too, or
We
did you
did,
get?
yeah.
Yeah, but
How long was that? About 6 hours, 4 hours?
Like a
not
little over 3.
yeah, like it was yeah, Colors is not a long game when you're just going from point A to point B, but I don't think that's really a
Yeah,
bad thing.
I that's why I kind of disagree though with people with Forces when they say it's too short. I don't really find it that bad.
I felt it was long enough without overstaying its welcome.
I
Like
think
yeah,
that
I mean,
the
Forces was still pretty meh, but I mean the length didn't really concern me all that much.
Let's see.
I
There's
think that
6x per world.
oh,
Try 100%ing it in one sitting. I've actually done that multiple times. Like, I still do it.
I mean,
yeah, if you know
honestly,
what
all
you're
in all,
doing, it's
I find this game a lot longer than Generations. Generations like what 2 hours?
Generations was even shorter than
Yeah,
both.
it's
Yeah.
about the same length if you're just going from point A to point B. Yeah, that's why I usually try to make the most out of my time because I
Yeah,
actually feel going for 100% in those games is actually worth it.
I will say one thing though. I felt that the length in colors for regarding the stages was better than in forces, because in colors there are many short stages, but not to the point, like not to the
like
extent of forces.
yeah. I mean, like Colors did have some really short stages. Some even lasted about 20 seconds because the governor is literally right next to Sonic.
Yeah,
But at
Uh,
least some of the other stages, though, when it came to length, at least lasted about 3 minutes to 4 minutes.
yeah,
yeah,
While Forces usually get done in a minute.
yeah. So that's one thing colors has over forces.
Like, well, yes, it has short stages, but at least it makes the most out of it.
Yeah, and plus, yeah, like even though I didn't really mind the short stages that much in colors, but in forces they really started getting noticeable. So that's one thing. I
But
I can't.
other than that, I think Colors is a pretty solid sequel to Unleashed.
Yeah, I
yeah,
enjoyed it.
it doesn't have a lot of production. It doesn't have the same production values as Unleashed, but it just comes to me having a good time. Like I think that matters more. Like
Yeah,
it,
that's how I feel too when I'm playing a video game. Like I don't like say like, oh, this is bad because this is bad, and like anyone else who disagrees with me is stupid. I mean, I hate when people do that shit.
Yeah,
It
because some of
grates
it's
on my
subjective.
my fucking nerves when people do that shit. I'm just like, somebody enjoy the fucking game, dude.
yeah, if
Yeah,
somebody tells me that this whole thing is objectively good or objectively bad, like I'm just gonna roll my eyes.
I was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna play the game if I want to play it. I don't care what you guys tell me what to do.
yeah. I mean, of course, some things can't be argued, but at the end of the day, this is art, and a lot of it is subjective. So, like, there's
It's
really no right way to feel anything here.
because I know
Yeah,
a few people that did say that in other servers I'm in. I'm just like, I'm playing a game, but I feel like, oh my god, you're playing that? Why? And like, so
yeah, you guys would probably hate the Twitter community. Like Jesus.
I don't even go on Twitter anymore. Like, I haven't gone there in years, so I wouldn't be.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm taking a break myself. I'm usually talking with more respectable people. So
I
That's
mean, that's
good.
why I think that's why I like hang out like say Achievement server because we're pretty chill there. I mean, like we can respect each other's opinions and stuff. Like
Yeah,
other servers where I'm in, where they literally get pissy. I'm like, okay, where the fuck did this come from?
yeah, that's true.
but yeah, final thoughts on colors. I actually do enjoy colors to this day. Like I've fully completed it multiple times since it first came out. And I can
It's
still consider it
uh
a top 10.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
pretty
to me
fun.
it's maybe number three or number two actually besides Unleashed.
Yeah, it's a pretty not it's a pretty solid game. Like it's short, yeah, but that's not necessarily bad because at the end of the
I
day
mean,
you want to
a short game can be good.
yeah. So I think people would rather have a short but nice game over a long but shitty game.
Yes, that's
Chain of memories.
yeah.
Yes. God. Oh my God. Jesus.
But I think it might be Generations next after this.
Yeah, it's Generations.
Yes.
Okay, Sonic Generations. This is the 20th anniversary to Sonic Hedgehog. This game is basically Sonic's birthday. So it's Sonic's birthday. Everyone's coming over to celebrate it. Uh, they throw him a little party. Tails gives Sonic a chili dog, but unfortunately, you got this whole thing with the time eater, and it sucks away everyone and sends them into different corners of different parts of the world, and it basically turns everything into this white void.
Yeah.
So that it's up to Sonic to basically save his friends and turn the world back to color. But also, in this game, we got two different Sonics. We got both modern Sonic and classic Sonic. And
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it turns out it's Dr. Eggman again. Of course, it would, because this is actually the sequel to Colors. Because Eggman does say like after their last adventure, Eggman's been floating out in space where he found this creature.
Yeah.
If there's one issue I have with Generations is that the story is pretty lacking in.
Yeah,
Considering this was a celebration, like you would expect to be a lot more like callbacks in like the story itself, but there's not enough of that in my
it's pretty
opinion.
lackluster.
Yeah, like there's barely a plot in this game compared to Unleash or even Colors. It's just not really there.
Yeah, that's pretty much like an issue, the biggest issue with the game.
Like
But
people keep saying that this is the best Sonic game. I do not see it. I don't. I really don't.
personally, yeah, I honestly do love this game. I think
It's
it,
fine. Honestly, I find it all right. I don't find it that good either. Honestly, it's all right. It's just nothing all that special to me. Like I remember getting this game day one, and it was just like, that's it. That's all this game has to offer me.
Yeah, it doesn't really offer much, to
yeah,
be honest. But
yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. I've found it pretty enjoyable myself.
Yeah, Generations is honestly my favorite 3D Sonic game, just because of its stronger game. Like even though like the story may be on the short side as well as the length of the game, like I feel the core gameplay like more than made up for it. Like classic and modern Sonic especially are they're both fun to play in my opinion.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but
another. Go ahead.
yeah, the gameplay, modern Sonic basic controls again, like he normally does. This time around, the homing attack is actually mapped to the A button instead of A and X.
Thank you. And
They
Thank
did
you.
fix. I will say they did finally fix the controls. They gave Sonic the homing attack where it needs to be.
yeah, and the controls are noticeably more tighter. Like he doesn't feel nearly as slippery as he did in Unleash Your Colors. And what else do they have? His drift is also tighter.
That too.
Yeah,
Oh, this is another thing. Like somebody mentioned, like Generations really could have used more DLC besides the pinball thing.
yeah, it really did. It really could
Agreed.
have. Like,
Yeah,
add some extra stages, extra bosses, something.
Yeah, like even with the extra content the game has, you still end up wanting more.
yeah. I guess they felt the mods were enough, but even then, that's PC exclusive. But
Yeah.
it it would have been nice.
And classic Sonic, uh, eh,
I think Classic
eh,
Sonic was all right. Like
yeah,
his controls and physics weren't exactly accurate to the Genesis games, but I thought
Or
they
yeah,
were fine for what they were. Certainly a step up above Sonic 4.
or Sonic Forces.
Yeah.
I
Oof.
forgot what Sonic. I forgot about Sonic 4, to be honest.
That's
But
a
yeah, I mean,
2D game,
honestly,
so
classic Sonic
Yeah.
was just kind of there. Like classic Sonic to me did not need to be in this.
Although, I mean, at least it makes some sense compared to Forces, where he just shows up out of nowhere.
you know. Well, classic. Well, and he actually did matter in the plot. Like he
Yeah.
was, yeah, and he also wasn't treated as like Sonic from another dimension instead of just being like Sonic from the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say though, like when it comes like the ending bit with Eggman, I did like the bit where he's just like he laughs so hard he started choking. He's like,
Like, dude, you gotta watch that. You might accidentally die.
and then the class saying was like, "Wow, will I really be that crazy?"
Yes, yes, you were actually.
But back
And
to
then of course you
sorry,
got
go.
the you got this, Sonic. Anyway, what were you gonna say, Blue?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna talk more about the game itself. Generations, basically, the game isn't just called Generations because it has two Sonics. Like the game has you going through like stages that were from past Sonic games, like Green Hill from Sonic 1, Chemical Plant from Sonic 2, Sky Sanctuary from Sonic 3. Eh,
Crisis City from Sonic 06.
And I
you don't
think
like it.
I'm trying to remember.
At
I
least
think
at least it's fun.
Seaside Hill from Sonic. Yeah, true. And Seaside Hills
Uh,
from Sonic Heroes.
City Escape from Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Rooftop Run from Unleash and Planet West from Colors.
And I think there was one more. I'm
There's
trying to
one.
remember.
There's one from Adventure.
Speed Highway.
Speed
Yeah, that
Highway. That's
one.
it.
Yes.
And then the bosses. You got Death Egg Robot. Uh, Perfect Chaos. Then the Egg Dragoon. And then the Time Eater itself.
Yeah.
Like as far as reimaginings, like I really do enjoy like the I really do like the remastered versions of these stages because they're more
Yeah.
than like even though they're taken from previous games, they're not like carbon copies. Like they're
Mhm.
each given an interesting they give an interesting spin on things, not for both classic and modern Sonic.
For
Like you
example, like when it comes like the Egg Dragoon fight, you're not fighting it mano a mano with like the Werehog or something. You're literally running on a bunch of on a path while you're waiting for Eggman to come down and strike, and then you'll start attacking it.
yeah, and you're fighting Perfect Chaos as regular Sonic instead of Super Sonic.
It's like upgrade.
And then the Death Egg robot, isn't it kind of more or less the same minus the bomb shit?
In the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, it's more or less the same. Then you gotta start
Only
activating bomb stuff to get the Death Egg robot to punch it, and it'll get stunned. Then you'll have to roll on the arm to be able to hit it in the head.
oh, and yeah, I forgot. Generations was also released on 3DS. I don't talk about that one that much.
Yeah, I never
I
played
thought
it, so.
I actually do have it. It's all right, honestly. Again, it's just like the regular one, but I mean, it does have some different variation stages. Like you do actually fight the fucking the the Bio Lizard from Sonic Adventure 2 in the Egg
Yeah,
Emperor from Heroes.
yeah, but I know. Yeah, I remember for like the classic levels for some of the earlier ones, like they're copied and pasted straight from the original source, rather than just being a straight up remaster.
And there's also special stages in that game too.
Yeah, I kind of like the special stage approach a little bit more than the
Just get chaos
getting
armor from the bosses.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing too. This game does bring in like little rivals and stuff. You get Metal Sonic, you get Silver, and you get Shadow. I gotta say though, I do like Shadow's little fight where you're basically doing what you did in Sonic Adventure 2, but you're like gathering those little orbs in order to power up your speed boost and boost right into Shadow, like shred all of his fucking rings.
I like that too.
Yeah. And
It'll start playing. And
the
just,
silver fight is obviously better.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Meteor Smash, and that was the first time where we heard Quentin Flynn as Silver.
Wasn't he in? That doesn't matter. In a
Yeah,
main game, yeah.
Quentin Flynn was AKA Axel. Got it
Yeah,
memorized.
he was in Colors DS
Oh yeah,
as Free Riders.
but yeah, now it's Bryce Papenbrook,
Oh,
AKA Makoto.
and Kirito from Sword Art Online.
Oh,
Or
okay.
also Aaron Yeager's English dub.
Okay.
Yeah, from Attack on Titan. Like I haven't seen it, but I've heard some of the voice clips, and yeah, that's definitely him. Or also hope, despair, hope, despair, hope, despair, hope, hope, despair. God, that fucking guy. I swear to God, if he comes out back in V3, I'm going to fucking scream. He better fucking not.
I think he'll stay dead. I don't know
I hope
about
so.
Junko, but I think he'll stay dead.
But anyway, that's pretty much it for Generations. There's really not much to say about it, honestly. Like it's mostly meant to be like a celebration for Sonic's 20 years.
Yeah.
It's a lot better celebration than what 06 gave us.
Which was shit.
Yeah.
Also, at the ending, hey Sonic, enjoy your future. It's gonna be great.
Well, it was at that point where Classic Sonic started getting his own adventures, and he did get Mania. So yeah, he wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
And honestly, Mania, I don't really care for.
I have it. I just
Yeah.
haven't played it.
I have it on the
Yeah.
Switch. I'm just classics 2D Sonic. I'm just like,
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
kind of the same way, to be honest.
Yeah,
So-
I still remember you couldn't get past Wing Fortress from Sonic 2.
Do not fucking remind me. Worst boss ever.
You were like
Jesus.
you were right close to the end too.
Like, yeah, like you
I
have to go
think-
through the whole level and then fight him without dying.
I think now it's Lost World now. Actually,
Yeah.
Yeah, Lost World.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually liked Lost World.
It's a guilty pleasure for me too. It definitely gets better on repeat playthroughs, but
Yeah,
it does have its issues though.
yeah, I will agree. That's like the Deadly Six is they're not all that well thought out villains.
Who?
Exactly. Basically, it starts out with Sonic and Tails trying to get a freaking little pod containing animals from Dr. Eggman. Eggman drops the capsules on this planet called the Lost Hex. Sonic and Tails basically have to go out and find these little pods that have the animals in it, and basically stop Eggman from trying to take over the world. And this time around, Eggman's trying to suck the life force energy from the actual Sonic's world itself to power up his machines. And then he also has these creatures known as the Deadly Six helping him. Well, I mean, he's basically enslaving him with the freaking conch shell.
Oh,
Yeah.
hail the magic conch.
Conch. But then Sonic kicks it away afterwards.
Which actually ends up being a bad thing.
And basically throughout the game, Tails is getting the one thing I will say though, Tails is getting constantly jealous over Sonic trusting Eggman was a little much, but honestly, again, I didn't find it all terrible either.
Although it
Yeah,
may. Oh, go ahead.
I'll say the writing is definitely. I don't like the writing in Lost World.
It,
Especially.
it it's fine, honestly, to me. I mean, I've heard worse writing.
Yeah, it's
Sonic
not
Boom.
true. It's not the worst,
Yeah, I
but
don't. It's my least favorite in the current era of Sonic, like the Pontac and Graph era.
and you can tell because when you watch the cutscenes of the story, you get the feeling that the writers haven't actually played a Sonic game before.
Yeah,
Like,
But like basically they go through all these different parts of the Lost Hex trying to stop the Deadly Six from basically draining the life force energy from the entire world.
yeah,
And at the end of it, Eggman quote unquote dies. I'm saying quote unquote because he doesn't. Uh, then Sonic basically finds Tails because Tails got kidnapped, and Sonic just goes, I'm supposed to be the fastest, but I wasn't fast enough to save my buddy." But
yeah,
Tails got kidnapped by the Deadly Six via fake animal pod, and Tails basically almost gets turned into a robot, but saves himself because of his two tails.
which he used to, reprogram the machine. Yes.
Yeah, and basically reprogram the machine and basically disguise himself as a cyborg, basically to gain the trust of the Deadly Six, and then turn around and say psych. And after that, Eggman comes back in this giant robot, which you got to now take out. I don't know the name of it, but it has like a weird green cape on it. Basically, then after that, Sonic defeats Eggman. Then does the funniest shit I've ever fucking seen in a Sonic game. He tries to run away and say, "Oh, I'll get more power" and some shit. He jumps off the cliff. He tries to activate his jetpack. He goes, "Huh? Funny. Why is my jetpack working? Maybe because I borrowed the exhaust hose."
Oh shit.
Eggman, Eggman gives fucking. He goes, "Oh shit!" and he just falls to his fucking death. He falls off the cliff like fucking Wile E. Coyote.
I was just thinking of that. It's exactly like that.
Like he
yeah.
literally Sonic literally pulled a Wile E. Coyote on Eggman. I thought that was so fucking funny. I was like, oh yeah. Then afterwards, basically Sonic then saves the world, goes back down, lays down, to, relax from this whole fucking adventure. Like I probably would be doing.
Okay. Before we continue, I have to go move my car so my mom can leave. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. What was I gonna say? Did we mention Knuckles and Amy were just there?
Oh yeah, about that. Yeah, Knuckles and Amy were just kind of there. I won't lie. Like, yeah, Knuckles and Amy didn't really serve much of a plot point. Just telling Sonic, go fucking rescue the animals.
Knuckles literally says 2 lines in the game. I could have done better, but
It's like Knuckles, no, you wouldn't.
yeah.
It's like Knuckles is like, only one? I could have saved them all by now. Then
Cringe
why?
before Zeva.
Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, Zavok is actually voiced by the same guy who does Knuckles.
Yeah, in this game and
Yeah,
in
in
Forces.
Forces, Travis Willingham.
I fixed a TV with a toothpick and a paperclip. Yeah, no one cares, Tails.
I don't need to hear your whole life story. A simple "good to go" would have been cool. Okay, good to go. Cool.
Also, is it just me or does Sonic really ship Sonic and Amy?
I mean, I feel like they do kind of have a weird relationship. Like, yeah, Sonic did kind of
I'm
run away quite a bit. I mean, I noticed nowadays when it comes to Sonic games, like Sonic is starting to slowly open up to Amy.
Well, they are more friendly than they were before.
Yeah, I
He's
know
not.
that Amy's not that crazy stalker anymore. She's more of a helpful friend to Sonic. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, like she still has those traces of that crazy stalker, but it's not as noticeable as it was in the earlier Sonic games.
yeah,
Like that's the one thing I will give the writers credit for because they did finally learn to back off with Amy's crazed stalker.
yeah. You still don't. Yeah, I kind of wish they brought in just to emphasized a bit of Amy's love for Sonic, because you don't really see that part of her as much as before.
And honestly, I feel like that's probably for the better because it did get a little annoying at points.
Yeah, I think Heroes was probably the worst one. She'll definitely become more independent.
Yeah, she has,
Oh,
especially in Forces where she's taking more of a charge than fucking Knuckles. Like, have you read those new Sonic comics though recently?
not all of them. I've read a couple.
But yeah, basically, Amy. I feel like Amy's been taking a lot more charge than Knuckles has in those comics.
Yeah. Let me see. Don't get me started on those special stages and the gyroscope. Ugh.
Yeah, and the 3DS version. I haven't played it, but I've seen it, and yeah, I will agree. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Yeah, I don't think we should. Yeah, I'm not trying to bring up the gameplay at least until Kimon comes back, but we're just
Yeah,
gonna look at the chat.
yeah.
Okay.
Knuckles, you too. Oh, there you are.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the gameplay is think of like Mario Galaxy in a way, where it's like you're on like you can spin around certain parts of the planets.
Yeah, true.
That's where I can kind of compare it to Lost World 2, where it's like you can tell it's like some weird inspiration to Mario. Because to be fair
Yeah.
though, it was released on the Wii U first.
Well, yeah, that's about it as far as well, not really. There are some similar. The game does draw some parallels between
Hell, the
Super Mario.
the Zavok fight in near the end of it is basically a Bowser clone in a way.
And the battles with the Deadly Six are honestly basically just the Koopalings from the Super Mario Bros. Games.
I love the beginning fight with Zaz, where he's just like, "Are you disrespecting me?" Maybe.
I remember that.
You're going home in a box.
You're going home in a box. And by the way, that's the same fucker who does Infinite.
Wow.
Same dude that plays Infinite also plays Zaz.
Yeah, I think he's a good voice. It's just
Yeah.
he just sucks. He had to do some pretty not so good roles.
Uh, Zaz basically kind of like a weird, like spastic little fucker. Zombomb is basically the fat guy.
You got yeah, you got
Two words:
the
diet and exercise. That's three words.
yeah, the Deadly Six are pretty one note. You got
You got the
the
goth
energetic
guy.
Zeddy.
You got the
You
goth
got
guy. You got the old man. You got the stereotypical freaking. Oh my god! I'm such a fucking. Gotta focus on my nails and my hair and my makeup. Chick.
Yeah, like toads.
and also we have cringe before Zappa.
Cringe before Zavok.
To be honest, I don't. They're so forgettable that that I don't even remember their names. Some of their names. I'm like,
You,
oh,
you only really see two of them in the actual games.
wow.
Are you are you serious? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you have nothing else better in your life.
I remember that. That was funny.
It's like,
she actually
damn, Sonic.
she actually bought it for a moment. She was like, "Oh, well, in that
Oh,
case."
well, I mean, I'm so sorry. You have nothing better to do with your life. Damn, Sonic.
And then she
Fuck, like,
Cringe before Kimon.
like Jesus Christ, Sonic.
Wow.
Or in I'm trying to think of like, or Eggman when he fucking when he punches that thing. When he punches that ice ball, he's like, "I'll eat your heart for this."
Yeah.
Like, as long as my hands can choke a Zeti, my hands are just fine. Like, Jesus, Eggman.
Yeah, in terms of like the actual gameplay, this is where they got rid of the boost and tried to experiment with a new playstyle in the form of the parkour, like in which he can run up and along walls, which honestly is a pretty cool. It's a really cool
Yeah.
idea.
I remember
Yeah.
actually some of the advertisements. I remember one advertisement was Sonic running around like the streets of a random city, and that part of it you see like burn marks on top of on the sides of like buildings and shit, and it cuts to a guy in a Sonic suit on the side of a building.
Ouch.
Like he just fucking starts setting shit on fire with his fucking fast speed.
Wow.
Yeah, if there's one issue I have with the new playstyle is that it really doesn't do a good job. Well, that's mainly with the tutorial system. It doesn't really do a good job in explaining how the mechanics work. So it took me a good couple of playthroughs to figure out how to do some moves. Or I just,
Wow.
yeah, I just watched it on a guide. Or what are you
Yeah.
doing?
Oh, I'm just flinging something around. I
What the
Look,
fuck?
I'm
got
looking at the
tired of
webcam.
sitting.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking at the webcam. I'm like,
I swear he does this with every stream. He just starts fucking around.
I don't know. I just my hand just feels the need to like just start
Yeah,
messing with objects. Like I don't know why.
yeah, I remember it's just like a couple times, though, especially when we're shooting like Kingdom Hearts and Danganronpa. I noticed a few times you've been getting like rolling around your bed and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm sorry.
mm, mm,
Oh
mm,
god.
mm.
But also the Wisps are back from Sonic Colors. Uh,
Yeah.
they're not really all that necessary. He can easily do a stage without them.
Yeah, like why are they
But
even
Yeah.
here?
Well, we don't really find out why the Wisps are even in this game until like Sonic Runners came out.
well, I think it. I
And
think
according
yeah, I think it said like because Sonic saved their world, they're basically giving a little helping hand to Sonic as a return, as things in return.
yeah, and the Wisp
Yeah.
yeah, according to Sonic Runners, the Wisps actually have take some of the Wisps stayed behind because they've taken a liking to Sonic's world and they wanted to help Sonic out on the journey.
I guess then that would explain why they're in forces as well.
Oh
Besides being
yeah, that's
weapons.
right. They are in forces.
Well, I mean the boost one thing, but everything else is either like part of the Wispin.
Yeah.
But other than that, honestly, I actually quite enjoy Lost World.
Yeah, it seems kind of fun to play. I don't have a Wii U, so.
I mean, it's on PC, it's on Steam.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I don't think my computer would be able to run it. So.
Yeah,
yeah,
mine.
probably not.
I mean, I had to turn down the settings pretty low, but then otherwise it would run just fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I, on the other hand, have a powerful enough PC, so I at least get to get the best things. So it's mostly the same as the Wii U version. Only difference is they reduce the amount of animals needed to progress.
Also, they removed the little circus mini game as well. Because I remember in the Wii U version, there was like a little circus mini game you could do to get animals.
Yeah, and naturally, the DLC that were exclusive to the Wii U version aren't on the PC version.
Yeah, like the Zelda stuff, and
Yoshi's
like
Island.
yeah, like you get Sonic dressed up like Link
Oh,
or
I
Yoshi.
remember that.
Yeah, yeah. Other than that, I thought Lost World was pretty good. Like, yeah, I mean, it does have its hiccups, but I mean, what Sonic game doesn't have hiccups?
Some more than others. Like they might as well not be hiccups, but fucking earthquakes.
Anyway, what's the next game?
I believe it's I can't remember. Like
It's
forces or
unless you want to count. I mean, if you're not counting Sonic Team related stuff, you could include Sonic Boom.
oh, I've never.
Eh,
well,
yeah, that Sonic Boom shit. The end.
yeah.
Yeah, let's just skip the forces since Kimon doesn't know about it and
Yeah.
we don't feel like talking about it. So
Yeah, I've
yeah,
never actually played it, but I've heard bad things about it, and yeah, I think we
I mean,
know.
the TV show is actually pretty golden.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
yeah. The TV show's pretty good.
Anyway, okay, so now we're on to the big one, forces.
Okay,
Yeah,
last one.
yeah.
If you've seen our stream, you already see how we feel about it.
Yeah,
So basically, I'll just give a quick little short little summary because again we have played this already. So basically, Eggman found a new way to conquer the world using this creature called Infinite and the Phantom Ruby. He does so, captures Sonic, and quote unquote tortures him for 6 months. It's up to the gang in order to return peace to the world. That's
so
pretty
many
much
things
it.
wrong with this. Okay. Oh, where do we start?
For one, the levels are just way too goddamn short.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. This game does bring back the boost formula from before, but it rarely takes advantage of the abilities.
yeah.
And it's definitely more automated than Sonic Colors in some instances.
Yeah, it feels like Sonic Colors, but a bit worse when it comes to length and automated sections.
Mm-hmm. Like I feel
Eh,
like that, and don't fucking forget to mention the Operation Big Wave shit.
Oh, okay. Why is Knuckles commander?
It should have been Amy. It really should have been Amy.
Or Rouge, or Silver, anybody else other than Knuckles? Why not Amy? Why Knuckles? Why?
I'm
Why?
an optimist, but I'm
Why?
also a realist.
Oh God. Okay.
also, yeah. Also, the this was brought up in the chat. They brought most of the story is told through text boxes. Like again, the you brought out the whole Sonic was tortured for 6 months. We never actually see that, and
But yeah, I remember you telling us that was actually a mistranslation. I think it said it was just Sonic was captive for 6 months.
Yeah, and that's not the only mistranslation.
Tails has lost it.
It's like no,
Yeah,
he's
Tails
just
was missing. He's just
yeah,
missing.
yeah. They don't know his whereabouts. He didn't. He hasn't lost his mind.
I I just feel like the game, like the cutscenes and stuff, can be funny at times. It's just with the poor mistranslation, it just knocks it down quite a bit.
Yeah,
Again, like we said, we don't mind short games, but it's just when it comes to certain cutscenes, when the whole Tails has been lost his mind and Sonic's been tortured for 6 months. It's just like no, Tails just went missing and Sonic's just captive.
yeah. I mean, now if they had put that in the original that story, then like, okay, that's fine. It actually adds some dramatic elements to the plot. But no, it's just a mistranslation. So I'm like, oh, okay, okay, cool.
Then we have classic Sonic.
Why is he
Classic Sonic
here?
did not be in this. Yeah, no, he didn't.
What?
Yeah, he
I
didn't.
no. I feel like we should probably make this one short and sweet because again we already talked about this a lot in the Sonic Forces stream.
Yeah,
Yep.
because again, classic Sonic, he doesn't have a reason to be here. At least in Generations, there was an explanation for his appearance. they just put him in here because they needed a third character. Okay.
That because Mania, this is supposed to be a sequel to Mania.
Yeah.
Man, but they could have connected the two games with a better way. Like they could have just left it with the Phantom Ruby.
They could
That's
have.
about it.
Yeah, you feel that these two games they're connected, but they're disconnected. They feel disconnected. So it's like, why is Classic Sonic here?
Yeah, the story's pretty lackluster. And the same is true for the gameplay. Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's not bad, but
it's
you
all
can def-
right.
Yeah.
and so yeah, and somebody mentioned in the chats that it was made by three designers, which in itself honestly isn't the problem. And like they were new developers. Like that's not the problem in itself. The problem was the direction they went with the levels. Like there were hardly any like experienced guys to give them like how they should design levels for a boost game or even a classic game for that matter.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, we already covered our points with Sonic Forces already in our live stream, so there's really not much we can add about this.
Although there's one more
Yeah.
thing I will mention. Someone brought it up in the chat. What the fuck happened to Tails in this game?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, with the whole like the chaos thing. It's
Like, why are
Yeah,
you afraid
Tails'
of?
characterization has been pretty inconsistent in the more recent games. Like in the colors, they made him out to be like a genius who still like somewhat cares. Lost World, he was sort of an angry little, you know. And this game,
Yeah.
he's a total wuss in this game.
Yeah,
That
they
seriously, that it feels like he has to like cheer for Sonic every bit of the way. Like, what happened to your independence?
Yeah, he just comes off as a clingy Sonic fanboy. I'm like, boy, was your development in Sonic Adventure 1, did it go to waste? And in Adventure 2 as well. Did that go to waste?
True that.
Like, even in
oh
Sonic
yeah, do that.
2006, you had. Like, God, man, what did they do to you?
But it's just like, thank God though, when it comes to more recent Sonic media, I mean, I feel like Sonic's been getting more up in a like Sonic's is starting to Sonic's starting to get better over the time since after Forces.
Yeah, God.
Like, because again, more recent media, I mean, we had the Sonic movie, which was a big hit.
True.
Yeah, yeah, wasn't that bad.
It was actually pretty good. I was watching a bit of it earlier.
Meow.
Oh yeah. Uh, Meow.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta watch that movie. Like, I actually did buy it on YouTube, and I
Yeah,
just
same here
haven't.
actually.
I
Same
have
here.
it ready. I have it ready to watch. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet.
I haven't watched it. I could have had it watched at one point, but like I was going with my cousins and they wanted to watch something else, so I didn't get to watch it. But I'll
I
watch it at
did
some
want
point.
I was thinking about streaming it at one point with Cheeman, like not actually on YouTube. I mean, it's me and him watching on Discord, but unfortunately, I don't have no way of doing so. And
Yeah.
the only other way I could do it is if I did illegally.
Yeah, so don't worry, I'll get to around it to watching it at some point.
But other than that, I mean, Sonic's future does look kind of promising now. But we do have this new Sonic game coming. Like we don't know much about it, but we do know there's another Sonic game in development.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Poisonous Maple brought up a good point here. So you notice that in a lot of these Sonic games, that for better or for worse, the Sonic team tends to, just reinvent the wheel and see what sticks. And some sometimes they get it right, sometimes they miss the mark. So they sometimes fail to, see what works and build upon it. And instead of just, building something entirely different and it just ends up sucking.
Mm-hmm.
Like Secret Rings, case in point. God. So over time you get like a kind of inconsistent quality with the Sonic games. Like you feel Sonic Team could do better, but they kind of miss the point sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I still hold some hope for Sonic, though. I mean, as much as his games have been either hit or miss, still play them. I still enjoy them for the most part.
Yeah, I mean like it's not like their games are generally, decent.
Like when people just say Sonic's just always shit,
No, not
that's not
really.
true.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Sonic. That's not at all.
I mean, hell, look at Mario. Mario's had his hit and misses, yet he's been still coming out pretty goddamn popular.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, like really, Sonic hasn't all. Neither Sonic nor Mario has always been shit. They've had some shit titles, but not
It's just,
always.
And for
it's just,
goodness sake, they've both been taking notes from each other for years. Why
Yeah.
do we
yeah.
always have to say whenever Sonic does thing, it's a ripoff of Mario and vice versa?
It's like no, it's not.
Yeah.
Like yeah, maybe some part of Nintendo working with both of these things, like because Sega's been getting more in touch with Nintendo stuff in recent medias.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the Mario and Sonic Olympic games. Just, they've
Yeah.
Yeah,
been.
Would you be surprised if people are still upset that the fact that the Nintendo and Sega are actually getting along now?
I mean, wow. Like, I don't know. I don't see what the problem is with that. I don't know why some people would have a problem with
there's no,
that.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a crossover. There really isn't.
Yeah, people just need to get out of the past.
Yeah.
Like like not all Sonic titles are shit. I mean, there's some hidden gems in there. You know, you got Lost World, you got Colors, you got Generations, you got Unleashed, Black Knight. You
Yeah.
got so many good stuff in there. It's just people like to say, no, this is bad. It belongs in the shit pile.
Yeah. It's just
It's
pessimism, really.
yeah, yeah. People just need to understand that others can have different experiences from
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like how I enjoy a lot of movies a lot of people don't. I will admit I do enjoy some. It's just like just let me enjoy what I want to enjoy. Damn it! Don't be sitting there forcing me saying, "Oh no, I need to have the same beliefs as you."
And plus,
no.
it's technically. Yeah. and
That just makes you come off as condescending, if not disrespectful.
and close-minded.
You're just
So,
acting like an asshole.
yeah. And the funny thing is that you can actually, and I know this is hard for some people to understand, but I don't know why. You can actually like something that is objectively bad. I like Shadow the Hedgehog, and yet everybody knows how crappy that game is.
I like
So,
Sonic 06, and that game is horrible to
yeah,
a lot of other people.
yeah,
Like
you can,
I just don't like when somebody uses the term objectively in something because that implies like it can't be enjoyed at all.
yeah,
Like
it
no
could
one
be
can
Like
enjoy it.
enjoyed.
Like anybody can enjoy
it
something. Like for me, I like 06. As no, it's like it's taught as much as we ripped on that game. I still like it.
Yeah, and for me, it's Shadow the Hedgehog. So, really,
It's just
yeah, yeah.
we're not gonna ignore these boneheaded decisions that these developers made. We're like it doesn't mean we're not gonna stop liking the game because of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So really, it's a lot of it is just subjective, and people need to understand that. Some people do, some people don't.
Is this if you have an opinion on something and you don't think it'll change, good, fine. You go ahead and stick with that opinion. Just don't be a dick and basically go, no, you need everyone needs to have my opinion. It's all objective. It's just like, no, it's not. It's not how the world works.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
not really that simple.
you're not a true fan. You have to like what I like.
Fuck that true fan bullshit. Like,
Oh my
by what by,
god.
by what criteria? Fuck off with that.
Yeah.
Nerd.
And actually, I prefer to call myself a Sonic fan. You're just a fan.
and,
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
Yeah, like, and it's really funny because then some people will say, "Oh, only classic Sonic is good." I'm like, no, there were bad titles there too. Come on.
Fucking like seriously. It's like no. Like hell, for me, I don't really care much for Mania. A lot of people love it. For me, I just don't really care for it. I don't.
Yeah, even the classics had their share of flaws. Like you've
Yeah.
seen Keymon's playthrough of Sonic 2.
Oh
Like
shit.
even yeah, even though he was like even though he yeah, he did suck at the game. Like there were some design choices that were pretty obnoxious.
And especially since I have actually played up to that point before. It's just that one boss I can never beat. So I didn't go into the game completely blind. It's just it's just a combination of, my bad luck and poor skill along with some of the game's poor design. So,
Yeah, Sonic
Exactly.
is yeah, like Sonic isn't a perfect franchise, but it definitely hasn't been entirely bad. Like he's had more good games than bad.
true.
Yeah, it's just.
It's just the few bad ones are just, more infamous than others, but it's not all bad.
I mean, same goes for Mario. I mean, just there have been a lot of more good games than bad for Mario. It's just people do seem to point out more Mario's bad flaws. Then it's just like, like Mario's has some really shitty titles. Yeah, people are just always just like, oh no, Mario's perfect. And no, no, Mario's
No,
always
no,
been this perfect.
no, it's not. No, he's
Mario
not.
Yeah,
has
there's no such thing as perfect.
exactly. Oh, Kingdom Hearts now is perfect. Chain of Memories.
Chain of Memories just didn't need to happen, but
There's
yeah,
a game called 358
Three
by
five
8
eight
over
over
808.
2.
two.
Yeah.
What
I've
kind
heard.
of name is that?
Yeah, the names that they give some of these games are just like for Birth by Sleep, there's an additional episode called zero point 0.2, a
A
fragmentary
fragmentary
passage.
passage.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Why the decimal? What?
Dream dot distance.
Birth by Sleep.
Final mix.
But yeah, like no franchise is perfect. I can name
Oh,
flaws with
fucking Danganronpa has some really weird titles. Trigger Happy Havoc, Goodbye Despair, Ultra Despair Girls, Killing Harmony.
yeah, that too.
It's just like, what the fuck are some of these titles? It just felt like they just put random names in a hat and just.
But yeah, like really, no franchise is perfect, and I could go on about other franchises that I played, but yeah. So really, nothing is perfect. And at the end of the day, we
so,
all have our opinions. So yeah. But I think,
so keep on.
hmm?
When are you gonna 100% the Crush Insane trilogy again?
No.
No. I barely handled Crash 3. I can't handle Crash 2. I barely 100% the original Crash 2. I can't do the HD. No, no, I can't do that. And Crash 1, I never even played it, so I'm like, hell
Play
no.
Crash 1. Do
Oh,
achievement, play Crash 1.
oh God, I'm gonna rage so much if I do. Oh God. Crash 2 is bad enough. The number one's even worse. Oh no.
Yeah, I recently beat Crash 1 on the Insane trilogy, and yeah, it's the first game with all of its trappings.
And like they and you guys saw on my stream how wonky the hitboxes were. Like holy shit.
Yeah, because it's like you got so close to part of like an edge or something, and you just get hit by one of those fucking helmeted spiky little fuckers. It's just like, how did you get hit?
Yeah, or when you jump on something and you die. And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Makes perfect sense."
Like, and it's like, I remember just watching part of like the SUV playthrough of Crash. There was a bit where like Matt was going through one of the like he was fighting. He was about to hit like one of the shield. The guy's holding the shields. He was right by a nitro crate. The guy pushes him towards the nitro crate. It doesn't hit him at all. Like it blows up and doesn't
Wow.
hit him.
Wow. Collision detection. What's that? What on earth could that be? Oh Lord
Then I'm just
Jesus.
Then I'm just not. Yeah, just trying to get all the boxes in certain stages without dying. It's just very frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they made some hard levels in the originals even harder here, and I don't know how that happened. Like, God.
So, so when's the Cold Hard Crash speed run?
Oh, fuck that. Jesus. Oh, Lord.
But yeah, I think we covered all the points we needed to.
Yeah, felt nice to rip on some of these games and compliment others.
You were the ones that where people are just like, this game isn't good. Like, not to us. We actually do rather enjoy these.
Yeah.
Like Chima said, he enjoys Shadow. I enjoy 06.
Yeah, like you can enjoy bad games. Of course, that doesn't change that they're bad, but you can enjoy them. Not like we're not oblivious to their flaws. We just enjoy them.
Like, you don't need to treat these games like they're like acid, and if you touch it, your skin's gonna melt off.
Yeah. Although some games really do genuinely deserve to be just ripped apart, like indefinitely. Like,
For me, though, I don't like doing that shit. I just put it on a shelf and just don't touch it.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I just don't touch it. Though I do admit there are some funny certain videos where, like, a Bonner 456 like burned his Sonic 06 disc. That was admittedly funny.
And I
But
actually, a friend of mine on Discord actually showed me a video where he takes the Platinum Family Hits version of Sonic 06 and then just chucks it on the ground and the disc breaks. And I'm like, holy shit!
I was like, whoa, okay.
And I was like, it cracked every. Oh, Jesus, that was funny.
I don't think I've ever intentionally destroyed a game.
Me either.
Me too.
Like if I don't like a game, I just put it in the case and let it collect dust.
Yeah. Although I can recall one instance where I did destroy a game, but it was because of my own childish stupidity, where I didn't know how to handle discs, and like
Where
I,
that you're not doing that malicious. Malicious.
Yeah, if
yeah,
it
like I
was, I
tried
destroyed
to,
all the.
like I tried to wash a disc because I'm like, oh, it's dirty. I guess I'll just clean. Nope.
Wow.
And before, like I don't know, for some reason, like when I first got my 360, like my siblings and I kind of didn't know how to take care of it, so like we would often put it on soft surfaces and move it while the disc was inside, and we were like, oh shit, maybe we should stop doing that. One of my games got destroyed because of it. I was like, oops.
I'd I'd like to take the couple of moments to say that the man called Blue Wolf in the chat is an imposter, and that I am the true Blue around here.
You're not even good enough to be as fake.
I'm gonna keep those words.
You hear that,
Uh,
you Blue imposter? I'm talking to you.
oh God. But yeah, I think we've said everything we needed to say so far. Like we didn't cover the writers' games though, but like we're talking about mainstream Sonic titles, so
Not just racing games and shit.
yeah.
Lord knows
And
I'll be here talking about free riders.
I mean, if we're be doing fucking Team Sonic racing and shit together.
oh, yeah, I actually have the game, but yeah, so yeah, we should like plan to play that.
Yeah, I still need to get my fucking PlayStation Plus subscription renewed if we're gonna be doing that.
Oh,
Yeah,
right, I forgot about that. Shit. Okay.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah, I gotta
shit.
do that too. I still got the game.
um,
but so I guess when we stream again, we're gonna be continuing Kingdom Hearts 2.
yeah.
I'm not sure when. I'm not sure when exactly, but
We could probably do it on Monday.
probably.
Or
Yeah.
yeah, if not Monday, then Tuesday. So either one of those days.
Wonder how many times we're gonna hear Kimon say shit.
Oh, you
Oh
don't
god.
even know it. Like,
Oh God, you should have been there for the last few Danganronpa streams.
and for some of the KH2 streams, like, oh lord.
It's just
Oh,
Please. You don't know how to spell blue.
yeah, like you don't have an E in your name, so you're an imposter.
you're a faker.
Faker. Um,
And plus that L is a 1. And your O's are a 0. You can't be the real me.
So it'd be boo. So it'd be Buon you.
Um, one thing I forgot to mention earlier, and something that I'm surprised a lot of people didn't know, but I understand why they didn't know. In Sonic Heroes, when you're using Team Dark's ultimate attack, you can actually cancel the time stop after effect. You don't have to wait for the thing to finish.
Yeah, I didn't know
Interesting.
that for the longest time.
Like it's funny because like I knew that ever since I started playing the game, but I'm surprised a lot of people didn't know because the game doesn't tell you, so that's really on the game for not mentioning it. So
Yeah, that's a little weird.
so I'm like, oh my god, I didn't know other people didn't know this. It's just something I just figured out. I don't recall the game ever telling me, so I was like, wow, that's just not
Yeah,
good.
yeah, I don't remember that in the chat at all. So, not the chat, but in the game or in the manual.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I think that's everything. Of course. Thank you, Maple and Blue Wolf, and anyone else for bringing up points that we didn't even consider to make.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, thank you guys, and thank you to the Blue Typhoon and TanMan for
The
being here.
real Blue Typhoon, Mr. B1U.
B1 you.
Yeah, that's funny.
Mr. or Mrs. I don't want
Mister.
to assume your gender.
Yeah, he's a guy.
Okay, Mrs. I'm joking.
No.
Misgendering. Shame on you, Blue.
Hey, don't talk to me that way, numbnuts.
How dare you? I'm triggered right now.
Shook.
Please.
Okay, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I hate that my outline got destroyed, but I mean, we still got to
I mean,
talk about pretty much everything.
we improvised.
Yeah.
You're straight. Been live for almost for
How
over
long?
4 hours.
Oh shit, I didn't even
And most
notice the timer. Wow, okay.
and most of that was over '06.
True, like that game had so many problems that really didn't need to be there. And speaking of that, I
So
plan to, uh, make a video where I talk about the plot in more detail because there's a lot wrong with it, but that's
Mhm.
for another video.
Okay.
so when you gonna replay the game?
When I'm trying to, when never.
You love to talk about it a lot. It's almost like you want to go back to it.
Oh god,
We
no.
talk about it because we love ripping on it.
Yeah, kind of like Chain of Memories.
We're never gonna play that game. Never.
Nope.
Never.
I couldn't play it after an hour. I was like, I'm done. I'm sorry. I tried. I just no. I'm not touching this
Is that
again.
the is that the game where it has where a lot of the characters say the word darkness
No. That it's the card one.
Yeah, where you shuffle a
recoded?
deck of cards while fighting in real time. Like perfect system right there. Really perfect system.
Yeah, you gotta make sure it's like oh okay so you get so say if like a heartless draws a 6 card, you gotta make sure you got a higher value than the card the heartless drew.
All while making sure you don't get hit by anything else while moving on a 3D plane. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. And the
Oh, and
card
by the way,
breaks. Oh my god.
oh, and by
That'll be
the
a rant.
way,
That'll be a
yeah,
rant stream of its own.
Yeah.
yeah. By the
Okay.
way, you've got your chat like begging you to play it through '06.
Oh.
100% at that.
No,
I
no, no,
can't.
no,
Mm-mm.
no.
I could.
G-Man already did. G-Man already did a hard mode playthrough way back when. He ain't touching that shit again.
Yeah, like I just like I've already gone through all the town missions and action stages. I'm not touching it again. I just can't. Especially since some of the S ranks are just stupidly hard to get, even when you do everything correctly. So I'm like, nope. I got an achievement for being 100% in the game. I don't need to do it again.
Nope.
The PS3 version doesn't even have that.
Yeah,
So the
and
gold medals don't do anything.
and there's less DLC for it too, which is stupid. Like, and this had an extra month of development time, and yet this it has more slowdowns, less DLC, and the silver medals just don't do shit. So the PS3 version ended up being worse than the 360 version. Way to go, Sonic Team. Way to go.
You say do the super hard mode.
Ew, I have to download that. Gross. I have Team Attack Amigo mode, but not the others. I'm like, I don't care about the others.
You need to do the super D duper hard mode.
I already did the ones for Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic Heroes. I don't need to do this one. Okay, but yeah, this stream has gone long
It's
enough, so.
okay. We'll convince him again one day.
No,
I
that's
even have the other blue. I even have B1U to help me out too.
fine. Oh God. But yeah,
One day,
nope, nope. Don't even count on it. Don't even count on it, guys. Sorry, but
one
no.
No, no way in hell.
Yeah.
would you turn down that cute smile by B1U?
Fuck B1U.
That's yeah. Like nah, hell no. Sorry. Sorry, but nah. Yeah, excuse you. Anyway. No, I'm kidding. Okay, but anyway, this has been pretty fun, but I think we've said everything, so let's just go ahead and end the stream. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I am Cheemerler15.
I'm Team 2001.
And I'm Betty.
Yep, he's Betty, the real Betty.
Yep, he's Betty. That's his new name now. Whenever he joins us on streams, his new name is now Betty.
Okay, and we'll see
You
you
know, like
guys.
that.
Oh,
You know
what?
that. You know that martial artist from Pow Enter the Fist.
Wow. But anyway, we'll see you guys next time. Deuces.
Later.
Bye.